I mean, I cannot believe that. Breaking news from, of course, our laid back chef. I mean, this is epic shit right here.
Exactly. So I got a DM from Brie Larson's people. So they said that she's busy at the moment, but she will get back to me on maybe a potential interview. So fingers crossed. Thanks to my subs, like resending out that call out video and a couple other videos that I asked. They've been sending it to her via DM. So it got something. She bit. She took a bite. We'll see what happens.
Hell yeah.
We will see what the fuck. Like, that's huge.
It happens. I want in on it.
Oh yeah.
It's
like
huge.
I said, I already got the 6 people I already want on that. Already got the 6 people in mind who I want on that panel. Boom. For that Brie Larson panel.
Man, I just can't believe it actually worked.
And the thing is, if I was able to ask her.
Oh yeah, you can ask her any. I mean,
the thing is, if I was able to ask her, I want to know 3 things. What got you into acting? Do you actually believe the things you say, and why do you believe the things you say? I'm not gonna go against her about her opinions are her own. She's allowed her opinions. Yeah. That's fine. I just want to know. I'm just curious.
I just want to know, damn it.
Mm-hmm. Seriously, I just want answers. I want the truth.
I want to ask her where she put her Oscar.
Oh no. Don't ask her that. Oh. Chef, why? Why do you do this? Why do you do this?
I just want to know. Like, where'd you put it? Where'd you put it when you got it that night? Was it head first or body first?
No. Stop it. Stop it, Chef.
Hey, that would probably be my first question, and then I'd be like, "No, real shit." Okay, and then we'll get into it, like the real shit. She's like, I don't get it. I feel triggered. I'm like, do you? Do you? Okay, let's go more into that. And it'll probably turn into be like a therapy session.
I feel triggered by my Oscar.
Where she'll start crying and be like, when I was 7, my mom forced me into acting.
Oh, no. Stop. We're done. We're done. That is not the rabbit hole we're going down, but probably the rabbit hole the Oscar went up.
Oh, yeah, that's probably. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. For real.
Oh,
that's funny. I put that in the wrong spot. Oops.
This is off to a great start.
Oh yeah, always is, man. This is what happens when you just hang out. You know, we might have an Irishman popping in. You just never know what's going to happen here. But the fact that he started telling us that had me dying. I'm like, oh my god, that is stream worthy. We have to put that on stream because with all the chaos that has ensued in the last 24 hours, that is just awesome. And I mean, we started talking about that, where it was just like, I'm gonna stream over her shit just because, so we can make fun of it. I'm like, all right, sounds like fun, because I'm sorry, there are no such thing as fucking vegan wings.
No, there's not. No, you can cook other things vegan, but you can't make vegan wings. It's not possible.
It has a bone in it.
Yeah.
It just doesn't exist. Like, I mean, you can try, you can add, it doesn't exist. So Adam, I have to ask a question.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like me to get my rant and had me very sour this morning out of the way now, or save it, or not touch on the topic?
No, bro, look, when Chef said that, because we've been chatting a bit behind the scenes, and then, when she said that, I just had to click live because that's fucking epically awesome. That just it's one of those where we were all joking. We're like, oh, there's no way. None of us will ever hear back from her. And then Chef actually did.
Even
So
if
that's
it's
just the
PR
perfect-
people, I don't give a shit. It's her people.
yeah, her people saying, hey, she's busy right now, but she'll get back with you. It's like, oh, even if you never hear from her, at least you got that much.
Oh no, that's amazing. Like that's a benchmark. That's something to be able to brag about.
Right? Like that's bragging rights.
Seriously.
It's like I still love how the sub count is still just rising over her one video a week ago.
And also to that benchmark, Chef, I know it's a little bit early, but
yes. Yes. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And also I'm gonna need that because I apologize in advance because this is gonna be a rant.
Go for it.
Yeah, by all means, man. Like I said, when you first said something, I'm like, who wants to stream? You're like, can I do this? And I'm like, well, yeah, man, that's fine. Like I said, I just wanted to launch off with everything going on with Chef because that was fucking awesome, especially our little community and everything filled with awesome people like Frank Shandor, yourself, Mad Dodge Production, Jez Oldfield from Digital Pollution, all the cool people that we hang out with, whether they're big channels, little channels, it doesn't matter. But when something of this magnitude hits where it's like, hey, I got this, it's like, that's kind of fucking awesome. That's something to definitely start to show off with. But by all means, you definitely do you, Doku.
All right.
And mofo.
So, and yeah, that is awesome. And cheers to you.
Thank you, sir. Like I said, I didn't think it was gonna happen, but surprise, surprise.
Well, here you are. All right. So, quick and take a drink because this soured my morning a little bit, and I'm surprised I didn't hear it sooner. There's my drink. So, the situation with Jessica Whitaker. Oh boy. Oh boy, am I mad.
Oh boy.
I'm pissed. So, yes, lines have been crossed that should not have been crossed. This should have stopped before these lines were ever crossed. But now it's at the point where I'm legitimately fucking pissed. So, okay, floodgates. Gone. Done with the floodgates. So, the situation that happened, a group of BLM activists said Black Lives Matter towards towards a fiance or fiance's wife as they're walking down the street. Some altercation happened. Yeah, words were exchanged. Someone pulled weapons in exchange. We don't really know. We don't have the details. I'm not gonna say anything without having the details. All we know is that her fiance had a weapon. These, I believe it's 3 individuals, they had a weapon. Firearms, presumably. And then they talked it out and started walking away. Well, the 3 individuals in question apparently went onto a bridge or an overpass, something along those lines. And the fiance, the wife, soon-to-be wife, husband, were walking underneath the overpass, towards the overpass. 24 years old. She gets shot in the head twice and in the leg once.
Jesus Christ.
She's now dead, left behind a 3-year-old son and a grieving fiance. Bro, if you think this is about police brutality, if you think this is about racism, if you think this is about, you know, anything else aside from just unbridled hatred, because that's what it is. It's just hatred at this point in time. You have clowns and goons like Maddow and Don Lemon and Anderson Cooper and Sharpton, everybody else sitting there saying this nonsense. No, it's not. It's about hatred. End of story. That's all it's about, because this shit is unfucking acceptable. End of story. If you disagree, I don't care. You're wrong. Sit back down. This is not about racial justice. This is not about social justice. This is not about police brutality. This is not about racism. This is not about anything else other than the fact that you are just filled with hate. And what are you doing? You're killing people. I had a rant on this earlier, and I'm about to go into that. But just think about this. Her wife's name is Jose. What ethnicity do you think he is?
Right.
Well, you care about brown people? No, you don't. You're a fucking liar. This is not about racial justice. This is not about police brutality. Fuck off with that. This is about you being pissed off because you can't fucking agree with someone politically. And so you're willing to use violence. You're willing to kill the mother of a 3-year-old fucking kid because you don't agree with them politically, because she said what? All lives matter? That's enough. That is enough for you to kill someone, to shoot them in the head twice while they're walking away. You didn't even shoot the person that had the gun. There's 3 of you. She got shot in the head twice and in the leg once. Because what? Because you didn't agree with what she said? Because she had words? Because she had a tongue in her mouth? That's what your fucking reason is? Disgusting. Pathetic. Abhorrent. Unfucking forgivable. This needs to fucking stop. I do not care if you're a Republican. I do not care if you're a Democrat. I do not care if you're a liberal. I do not care if you're a conservative. I do not care what you are. At the end of the day, we need to put this fucking bullshit aside. I do not care if you're black. I do not care if you're white. I do not care if you're Asian. I do not care if you're Hispanic. I do not care if you're bisexual. I do not care if you're fucking heterosexual. I do not care if you're trans. I do not care if you're non-binary. I do not care what you identify as. I don't care if you're Christian. I don't care if you're Muslim. I don't care if you're agnostic. I don't care if you're an atheist. At the end of the day, you should consider yourself to at least be a human being. At least a human being. If you're an American citizen, you should consider yourself an American citizen before anything else. Because that's how I view you. Again, I don't care if you're black, bi, trans, bisexual, agnostic, atheist. If you're an American, you're an American. I don't care. You're an American. You have your right to freedom of speech, right to freedom of expression. I'm okay with that. You're an American. You're my brother. You're my sister. How many brothers and sisters need to fucking die before we get this point across to people? Because what is happening in this country right now is destroying ourselves. We're destroying ourselves, all because of what? Because you can't be enough of a grown-up. You can't have enough of a fucking soul to actually fucking just agree to disagree. Just to accept the fact that people are different. You're willing to go out in the streets to kill people? Literally kill people. Not just the mother of a 3-year-old child. But, black people, white people, children, men, women. You're willing to go out and kill people simply because you disagree with them politically? You're not ists or isms or phobics or anything else. None of the nonsense that this media pushes, this fucking mockingbird mainstream media bullshit. You know what you all are? You're all worse. You're murderers. You've taken someone's life because you didn't like what they had to say. We live in a country that represents freedom of speech, freedom of expression. But what do you care about that? You don't. You don't care about it. You never did. Because it was never about fucking racial justice. It was never about Black Lives Matter. Look at fucking Don Lemonhead. Oh, well, it's about police brutality. It's not about black on black crime. Then what is it about then, Don Lemon? Police brutality? What about the fucking people who are getting shot in the streets because of your fucking movement that you're trying to defend? What about Americans killing Americans? Do you care about that? Or do you care about your ratings? We know what the answer is. You care about your ratings.
Do you see them on the south side of Chicago with that bullshit? Fuck no, because they'd get gunned the fuck down. They're not going to put up with that shit. You know? Yeah, we're all three of us here, you know, and many of the people that are, you know, watching the stream, anybody that watches the play, we're all going to tell you, yeah, all lives matter. We've all said that from day one. Never once have we said that a black life doesn't matter. No, but all lives matter. Humanity matters. And at the end of the day, that's not what they're pushing. You're pushing more racism. You're pushing more hatred. And you're acting surprised when shit like this is what's happening. And like, to me, it's like, you and me have talked about it, Chef. We've talked about a couple different things too, but none of us are really that surprised because we see this shit all the time and you get null to it. But it's enough is enough. This shit needs to end. As I told you, Shellback, another good buddy of ours, vet for 10 years. And as he said, I'm not your white demon. I'm not your white devil. I serve this country. I love this country, but this shit needs to stop. This shit of us going backwards and, digging in the past and living in the past when we're supposed to be here in the future. All these things in our past happened so that it didn't repeat and so that slavery ended and the injustices would stop. And granted, there's still injustice in the world, but there's no slavery. Segregation is gone. But yet what I see on TV is them wanting to bring back fucking segregation. I don't get it. Well, there's no sense.
And that's the thing. How many people have to die? How many mothers and fathers have to bury their sons and daughters? Regardless of skin color, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of religion, regardless of what their orientation is or what they identify as. How many people have to fucking die before we get to the point where, bro, we're all Americans? Can we stop killing each other?
It'd be nice. It'd be fucking nice. COVID's killed enough of us, but yet, that's been swept under the rug, and now they're all focused on this horse shit that we're looking at.
Oh, and I know I'm on a rant. I know I probably sound, very emotionally charged because I am, because this shit pisses me off. I was pissed off when a black man got shot because people wanted to riot and loot, and he lost his life because he was trying to stop people from rioting and looting. I was pissed off when I heard that a black boy and a black girl got shot. I was pissed off when I heard a white person got shot because of the fact that he was white. I'm pissed off about all of this bullshit. I'm pissed off about hearing the fact that a 24-year-old mother of a 3-year-old son got shot because she said all lives matter. Yep. Well, apparently her life didn't. And she got shot in the head twice for it. It's time to fucking stop. And you know what? There is a thing called good, and there's a thing called evil. If you can't recognize the difference between the two, you're part of the fucking problem. I don't care about your ethnicity. I do not care about your race. I do not care about your religion. I do not care about your sexual orientation. If you can't recognize the fact that killing someone simply because you disagree with them is wrong, if you can't recognize that, you're the fucking problem. You should be grateful that there are people on this planet who are not as disgusting and abhorrent as you are, because you'd be in the dirt already. And if you keep fucking pushing us, regardless of your political affiliation, you'll find yourself in the fucking dirt. Where the fuck do you think the direction this country is going in? And it's because of people like you. It's not because of systemic racism. It's not because the KKK or Black Lives Matter or Antifa or some strange conspiracy theory. No, it's because you're being allowed to be played like fools and pawns in a game that you're never going to win. And you are killing each other. Americans are killing other Americans in the streets, and you're all fucking falling for it. Wake the fuck up. It's about control. It's about power. End of story. It was never about race. It was never about gender. It was never about any, it wasn't even about hatred, actually. That's just a tool. It's a means to an end. It's about control. It's about power. It's about expanding power. It always was, and it always has been. So it's about time that we stop dividing ourselves based on, I'm this, I'm that. Are you an American? If the answer is yes, then guess what? So am I. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. This is what the country stands for. It's about tolerance, acceptance. We're supposed to stand united. We're not supposed to be divided. Divided, we fall. What we need to do is put all of our identities aside and realize we're all, they want to say we're all in this together. We're all in this together. This is where we become foolish. By thinking that we're all in this together, this idea of blind tolerance.
That's a crock of shit. We ain't in this together.
Oh, that's the thing. This thing about blind tolerance. Are we all in this together? No, we're not. Us, like Carolyn, Adam, we're in this together because you know what? We're not part of the big club. We're in it together. We're the ones being played.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
This
as
idea,
George Carlin said, it's a big club. You ain't in it.
Right?
That's the thing. This whole blind tolerance idea, we've invited in the people who would seek to destroy us from within. But we want to be tolerant. We want to be nice. We want to be the good guys. Well, what happens when the good guys invite in evil? You get eaten alive from the inside. What do you think's happening to this country right now? Because we're tolerant. Because we're loving. Because we want to make other people's lives better. We want to make a better life for everyone. Our love and our tolerance has become our own worst enemy. And I'm not saying be intolerant. I'm not saying don't be accepting or loving. That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is know who you're inviting into your house before you open the door. Because right now, we have a problem. Because if we didn't, that 3-year-old would still have a mother. That 8-year-old, that 13-year-old, that 11-year-old, all black babies, they'd still be alive. We have a problem. And it needs to be talked about. It's not about racism. It's not about, to a degree, it's about classism, but that's not even the issue. There is a mindset in this country that is being propagated that people just blindly agree with. They go to school, they're taught one thing, they go to college, they're indoctrinated, they get their news in 60 minutes, they spend 2 hours in traffic, and they're more concerned about trying to pay their mortgage than paying attention to what actually is going on in the world around them. Well, you know what? If we continue down this road, there won't be a home to come back to. Our country will never be the same. Our children, they won't have a future. Our children's children will be destitute if we do not put an end to this type of mentality now. That's the hard truth. No one wants to talk about it. No one wants to bring it up. But that is the truth, whether you like it or not. And it does not matter what shape or form it comes in. There is good and there is evil. And right now, we're under fucking siege. Change my fucking mind.
Change your mind. All right, well, I'll change your mind, but you're not going to like it.
This town needs an enema.
That was probably the best ending to my heavy rant that you could have done. Points.
You're welcome. But it's a good rant, man. That's what I mean. It's a good rant, and it's, it was just proper of me to use something from the Joker. I mean, I do have a 6-foot Joker mannequin behind me in a Joker office, but yeah, I mean, it's literally the shit we're talking about. It's real. We were talking, a half hour, 45 minutes before we started streaming even about this. And like I said, Shellback, TJC, the man was in the military, in the Navy, gave 10 years of his life. He's older than I am. And he just said, I'm not your white devil. I'm not your white demon. I've got friends here on YouTube, as much as I can call them friends, people I've never met, but people that I enjoy being around. And, some of them like this, some of them don't. And he was referring to one of the memes on Mount Rushmore with words and stuff written on it. And it really upset him. And it wasn't that it offended him. It's that it upset him. And you could just see it in his video. And, like I said, I had missed it. I was actually on Just Another Nerds. He was doing a game video and I was on there. So I had missed it, but I watched it later and I felt for the guy. And that was kind of the whole, I did reach out to him today, see if he could make it. Nerd and Brent, both you guys have a link. If you want to join, you're welcome. It's just kind of a hangout stream. Doku was like, hey, I want to rant on something. And I've got the platform. I'll let him rant by all means. But I feel you. And I wanted to let him know he's not alone. I messaged him and I'm like, look, man, if you ever need, and I think I even put it on his YouTube video. I'm like, I agree with you, man. I'm always here. If you need me, just get a hold of me. And, he liked it and everything, but it's just, I could understand where he was coming from. I'm from a family of veterans, lots of my family have served between, military, police, fire, etc. So it's, when you start seeing the shit that we're seeing, and it's not just us, I mean, it is worldwide. We're seeing this everywhere. It just makes you kind of think, what the fuck? And then here's this lady, it gets gunned down. It reminds me of Chris Rock in Lethal Weapon 4. This guy? Just this guy? I mean, two hoods kill each other, so what? You or I get shot, occupational hazard. But this guy? This fucking guy? That's what it reminds me of. And it's just
also, Adam, real quick, just to point something out. I'm not your devil, and I'm not your savior.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to be your brother. I want to stand by you as an American, as an equal. I don't want to be better or worse. Nor do I want you to be better or worse than me. Again. This is what I mean when I say we're all Americans. I don't care about what identity you try to put in front of it. We're all brothers and sisters. We're all fucking humans. We all bleed red. Hey, why do we continue to allow ourselves to be divided? It drives me up the wall. It makes me mad. It pisses me off. Hey, this should be so simple. This isn't difficult. Why are we fighting amongst ourselves? We know the people who are trying to divide us. It's obvious. They're not trying to hide it. Why are we still fighting? We know who the enemy is. Do you know right from wrong? Is it right that this woman got shot in the head because she said all lives matter? Is it right that this 11-year-old kid got shot in the head because someone wanted to protest and shooting started? Is it right that a black man got shot because he was trying to stop people from looting? You should know the difference. Is that right or is it wrong? None of these people did anything wrong, but yet they're dead.
Yeah. Like I told you, though, pre this, and I've said it on many streams, many times, the day the word illegal means nothing, which as of now it means nothing, which means our laws mean nothing. And we're right where we are. Nothing but chaos, bullshit in the streets, people doing what they want with nothing happening. This is the shit we're looking at, and it's fucking sad. We shouldn't be where we're at. We should be all binding together to fight the virus, whether you believe in it or not. Go after the motherfuckers that decided to launch it on the world. It's not like they just sent it to Germany or sent it, to the UK. That the whole world got affected by this shit. Everybody should be on the same page about, we want to know what the fuck this is. We want the truth. And we want to kick the shit out of whoever it was that allowed this to fucking happen. End of story. That's where we should be. We should all be on the same page as Americans, as humans on this planet that we all have to share, like it or not. That's where we should be, not at each other's throats. I've also said this numerous times, and this is one of the things that bothers me is right now, America is showing how fucked up and weak it is. Right now, America is ripe for a takeover and an invasion because you've got county by county, state by state, shit's all fucked up. The government's not doing fuck all to help anybody, really, at the end of the day. They're just saying, wear a mask, do this, wash your fucking hands, which, yeah, I'm sorry, but antibacterial is not going to take care of what this shit is or isn't because we don't really fucking know. At the end of the day, they're doing nothing for us. They're not stopping us from getting killed by whoever for whatever reason, whether it be justified or unjustified, because once again, to me, the day the word illegal doesn't matter, doesn't mean anything. It's illegal for you to rob a bank, but an illegal is here illegally getting assistance. So does that word really mean anything anymore? Doesn't seem like it. The biggest joke was in a sanctuary city. Well, doesn't that mean that you can rob a bank? And that was something from 2016, 2015, some shit that was on Facebook. So, it was one of those where it's like, okay, but at the end of the day, I worry about mankind, and that's, humanity. That's what I'm worried about, because you're always going to have, I had this conversation with Lone Wolf Cub. No matter what, you're going to have bad people get out of areas and go into other areas. You're going to get the good with the bad. Sadly, that's what happens. And that doesn't matter what part of the world you live in, whether they're coming legally, illegally, whether it's just new people moving into the neighborhood or, there's always crime. There's always shit that's going on. So that's just part of life. But the mass nuttiness of shit that's going on today, where in their eyes, Chef and I can't be friends because she's black and I'm white.
Right.
That kind of bullshit. Shit that should have been put to rest, you know, 50, 60 years ago. Shit that should be done and over with. Hello, Brian. And by
Hey,
all means,
just
we need it to be over with. We all
let me
need to
know if
get
my
along.
hey guys, let me know if my fan is too loud because this microphone
No,
I
man.
have right now is super sensitive.
No, but I like
Nope,
the
you're good.
Brian.
All right, how you guys doing today?
Good, buddy.
Hey, what's up, Ryan?
You doing, Doku?
Well, yeah, not too bad.
You sure about that, man?
I got my rant out of the way, so there's that.
Oh, sweet release.
Well, yeah, man. I mean, I wanted to give him the opportunity to, definitely it's something that we've all of us have discussed shit, not necessarily this, but basically the same stuff where we're kind of fed up with stuff. And Brian, we were all together not too long ago talking about this shit, and it's just like, what the hell? And poor Doku, he doesn't really have a channel, he just goes on other people. So when I mentioned this morning, I'm like, well, I want to do a stream at some point today. And he's like, can I say something about this? And I'm like, yes you can, by all means, yes you can. So I
I appreciate the opportunity to have my rant. I really do. I'll just say this. I agree with you on what you said because it is mind-boggling to me. Maybe I don't understand this. I don't think I ever can understand it if I'm wrong. There is a distinct difference between good and evil. I can't understand how somebody can go through life and just look at someone and immediately try to determine, without knowing them, whether they're a good person or a bad person.
It's how they're raised.
Yeah.
It's all about upbringing. It's all about how they were raised and upbringing and their family, from generation to generation. It just trickles down the tree.
I guess I can't disagree. It's just something to me that is.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. My family's very homophobic. So when I came out, it was one of those where I was that branch that kind of shook the family tree a little bit to wake them the fuck up. And now it's to the point where I got certain family members who are no longer homophobic or just all about it. They're like, fuck yeah. Like, I don't see the problem. It's like, thank you.
Oh, and again, because you are who you are you harming anybody else? Are you going out and shooting people? Are you trying to burn down the system? Are you burning down businesses?
No, because I like businesses that are around my city.
See, that's the thing. People should realize the difference between right and wrong. Whether you agree or disagree, that's one thing. Most people don't always agree, but you should know what right and wrong is. You don't burn down other people's property. You don't kill other people because you disagree with what they say. Like, you just don't do that. I don't understand. Someone help me understand, please.
It also has to do with and I'm gonna come out and say it. Parents not looking at what their children are being taught in school.
Yep.
And that has a lot. I mean, back when I was a kid going to school, it was more along the lines of, okay, it's a more, school has a more atheistic approach to evolution, a couple other things. Yeah, there was some virtue signaling, but it was like everywhere, but I got the my real education when I got home and actually looked at the world and whatever, and being told, hey, not everything is to be trusted, but take everything with a grain of salt, but there it is. But
yeah,
some other parents just like, okay, get good grades, I don't care what they teach you. Get into a good college. I don't care what you teach you, and you should be able to get an awesome degree and get an awesome job, and that's the line of success. They don't monitor what they're teaching their children. They're paying thousands of dollars a year to these schools, to these universities, to these state colleges, and they're not even looking at what they're being told. They
Like,
just
have you
know
even
that their
seen the
kids.
way they do the new way of math?
Man, I mean, it's
The
I mean,
fuck?
it's one thing if it's a vocational school, because then it's like, okay, they're just going to teach them how to be an auto mechanic or an electrician or something like that. But you send them off to a college, they're going to be taught one way or another, and in addition to paying a lot of money, all you have to do is buy the books they tell you to buy and then agree with the teacher on what he or she says, and you pass the class, and you come out not knowing the full spectrum. You
Nope.
come out knowing a warped view or their view or
Oh,
the way they indoctrinated you there.
Brian, what you're talking about, and I think I've mentioned this on a few other streams before. It's Prussian educational theory, and that's what our public education and our college system is based off of. And it serves three primary purposes. Purpose number one, adherence to a schedule. Purpose number two, never question authority. And purpose number three, teach you a skill. The purpose of our educational system is not about how to think. It's about what to think.
Yeah.
Essentially you're producing factory workers, and it's been
Yeah.
weaponized for political purposes. Like, that's the honest truth.
Because you change classes at the sound of a bell. You go to lunch at the sound of a bell. Your day starts and ends at the sound of the bell. You go to these 9 to 5 jobs. You clock in at the sound of the bell. You clock out for lunch at the sound of the bell. You clock back in at the sound of the bell, and you clock out at the sound of the bell. And
Yeah.
at the sound of the bell, you have your one mandated 15-minute break, and then later in the day, you have your other mandated 15-minute break. And so it's just kind of like this cogs in the wheel. At first, they're just like, okay, workers' rights, it's like treat us fairly. And then they decided, hey, we could use this to our advantage.
Well, and again, that's the thing. And don't get me wrong, Prussian educational theory, it has its purpose, and it's very effective in what it does. But it's not education.
It's indoctrination.
It's not even indoctrination. The purpose is to teach you a skill. It just got weaponized for political purposes. And, well, unfortunately now the skill you're being taught is to pay your taxes, cast your vote, don't question it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll even say this. As much as it might anger me, my dogmatic opponents, the Saul Alinsky, Marxist, that side of things, the ones that have taken control of the 5 pillars and following the 13 rules, I'll give them credit.
Mm-hmm.
They're extremely smart and extremely effective at what they've done.
They were dedicated. They were very dedicated. We were lackadaisical. We were content.
Yeah.
And the problem lies. I mean, they don't teach anything about business. They don't teach anything about that you could do anything unorthodox. It's just like, you got to go to college. You got to go to college. Here's your degree. Here's your degree. All this other stuff. And then they say, well, college isn't for everybody, so be a lowly construction worker. There you go. And that's all they say.
Oh, and by the way, going to college, it's gonna put you in debt.
Not that there's anything wrong with being a construction worker at all.
I would honestly say you're better off going to a vocational school or a trade school. Because, hey, you go to college, you know what? You're now in what's the average college debt? somewhere in the 40 to 60K range, I think.
I'd say 60 to 80.
Yeah. So now you're in debt.
Mine was about 90.
Oh,
That was
Ouch.
just because I went to culinary, so it was a little.
Right. Well, I mean, because I know yours was culinary, but I'm, just like your basic go 4 years. I was thinking that's where I was just guessing. But I know when my daughter was doing pharmacy, that's why I upped it a hair. No, just a hair even. But yeah, it really depends on obviously the field that you're going for.
Yeah.
You probably get a 2-year degree for say 50.
Well,
Maybe.
and also you have to ask a simple question. Like, let's say you're going to school for culinary. Why do I have to take a PE class?
Oh my
Yeah.
god! Right? There's like certain classes that I didn't even take. I didn't even need it. They're like, "Oh, you need to take your 5 sauces." It's like, okay, I already know the basic 5 sauces. I don't need to take that class just for a semester, so I'm like a fucking expert.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. It's like you got to
Right.
take basic in cutting, slicing, dicing. It's like, why? I've been doing this pretty much all my life, so it's a waste of time and money.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and see, that's what it's about. It's the same thing. Like, I know the saying, the scariest words. I'm from the government. I'm here to help. I disagree. Those are not the scariest words. The scariest words are career politician.
Oh yeah, definitely.
yeah.
Before you go there, though, hold on. Here you go, Chef. This is the only thing you needed to learn in that class, and hopefully they did teach you this.
Never rub another man's rhubarb.
Yep.
You love those Joker clips.
Well, I mean, I just had to. We went into culinary, and she went into cutting, and I mean, this shit writes itself. What can I say?
I don't blame you.
It was one of those where I literally took maybe half a semester off because it was shit that I didn't need.
Right.
And I pretty much went like the second semester because I was like, oh, okay, this is shit that I really need to know. Like, if you start a restaurant, what are the basic things that you need to do? And, all that shit. Because that's when they started going to the business aspect. And I was like, okay, now I'm interested. Now you have my attention.
Right.
And then, of course, plating and all that shit. And I'm like, dude, wipe your plates. Keep it clean. It's not hard.
But we must tell you how to do it properly. You are not properly doing it.
Oh yeah. They show you exactly how to hold the fucking towel, how to hold the freaking plate, and how to wipe it down. I'm like, dude.
I could just hear it in your mind going, yeah, I got a towel you can hold.
No, I literally looked at them. I was like, this is just stupid. I'm like, this is pathetic. And they're like, well, you need it in order to pass. And I'm like, what the fuck? I need this in order to pass. Okay.
Well, and again, because you're not being taught, you're being trained.
Oh, yeah. They're like, well, you need to learn this. I'm like, no, I need to learn how to be fast as shit in the middle of a fucking Friday night when the tickets are fucking going and my chef is yelling, going, where's this? I go, right here.
Well, and again, and that brings me more to the core of the issue I'm talking about. When it comes to whether you want to talk about politics or education or just society in general, we're trained. We're not supposed to think. We're not supposed to question.
Hey, Proper.
We're supposed to do what we do, what we're told to do. Don't think about it. Don't question it. Don't talk about it. Just do what you do. And it's a business where, literal cash cows. We are resources. That's how we're viewed. And I've said this before. I know you guys have probably seen my tweets. The people that, the proverbial oligarchs, the career politicians, the business politicians, they don't care about you. You do not matter to them. What matters is your compliance, your propagation of their narrative that they decide on. Your tax dollar, that matters. Your vote, that matters. But you, yourself, your life, your family, your livelihood, no, that doesn't matter to them. Do you think they care? No, they don't.
No, not in the least.
They might want your donation. Hey, donate money to my political campaign. Buy my book. Vote for me. Pay your taxes. But they don't care about you. Does anyone actually think that any of these taxpayer-funded career politicians actually care about you? Let me ask a different question.
No, I can answer that. Hell no, because my governor right now in my fucking state doesn't give a shit about any of his fucking people in this great state of Arizona. Like, he's willing to let people fucking die of this fucking COVID just so he can get reelected. Like, this is fucking ridiculous. Like, we got...
Yeah, I know.
Our numbers out... We're fucking, like, #1 in the goddamn world with all these fucking cases. This shit is ridiculous. One state.
Actually, per capita, Italy still holds #1. But
they?
I understand. Yeah, they are. They've held that because they never shut down. They never shut down travel to China.
Yeah, if you probably look at the 50 states, I bet you Arizona is probably the #1 because we just.
If I remember correctly, you're #3.
Goddamn, see.
I think #1 is New York. #2 is California, and I think you're #3.
Pray for me, guys.
Also, keep in mind that you guys had a big giant fire not too far back.
True, and then
everybody's told to stay to get to an indoor location, and if the state wasn't shut down, people are going to be indoors with the AC running, air circulating and recirculating. Yeah, that's going to happen.
And here's the stupid thing. It was the fact that after the fire, let up and we were able to let, residents back up, guess what they did? They opened the Salt River. So that brings everybody and their mom from every different state.
Before we go off the rails too much, just something to point out. Because no one likes to bring this up anymore. Why on earth did the mainstream media and other career politicians who have been in office for decades, what did they say about the Don when he decided he was only going to accept $1 of the presidential salary? Because I'm pretty sure they lost their minds.
I don't think they said anything about it though. I don't remember.
Oh no, they attacked him for about a week, and then they stopped talking about it altogether.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because I don't think there's anybody that would disagree with that sort of sentiment. If you could afford it, then why not? It's not really anything to get mad about.
And that's the whole point. So you have a bunch,
no one got mad about it.
Well, plenty of people got mad about it. A lot of people got mad about it because they said it was a disgrace to the office of the presidency because he's accepting presidential office, but he's not accepting the salary, and
he doesn't need it.
And see, that's my point, and this is why I like bringing up things like this, because they don't want us to talk about this. So think about this. A bunch of career politicians, people who have been in office for decades, worth millions of dollars, who have had their salaries paid because people work and pay taxes, because that's where the salary comes from, get mad at someone like the Don who is a billionaire, who decides he's going to run for presidential office, only accepts $1 of his salary and donates the rest. And they attack him because they say it's a disgrace to the office of the presidency?
I think it's projection because it's a disgrace that they took so much from lobbyists and they kept giving themselves raises for decades. And they know it.
That's my point, because he's making them look bad. That, you know, we might talk about it here, and I don't know, people might hear, people might not, but just think about it from a logical standpoint. Why on earth would a billionaire only accept $1 to do arguably the hardest job on the face of the planet, so that the media and his political opponents can attack him on a daily basis and get shit talked constantly? Think about that. Why? I don't care if you like the guy. Honestly, I have my issues with him. I think he's the lesser of two evils, but he's not my favorite person in the world, I'll say that much. I think he's a bit of a dick. But then again, so am I, so who am I to talk? But just think about that from that standpoint. You're a billionaire choosing to be the president of the United States for $1 a year. Why? Why would you do that? I wouldn't want it. You could hand me the presidency on a silver platter, and I would turn down that job, because no, I know what that entails. I know what I'm gonna have to do. And
I'll do it. I'll be president.
I'll be president.
I wouldn't mind.
Might not be easy, but I'll be president.
We're gonna go to the fucking moon if I'm president, and Mars in the first 4 years. We ain't pussyfooting around in space. We're going to space.
Oh no, fuck that, dude. I'm just gonna start a private company and I'll pull an Elon Musk on you. Like, we're going to space no matter what.
Right, for real. And then
I'll tell you what I would do if I was president.
And plus, I'd be using that football a lot. I'm sorry. Like, I wouldn't be fucking around going, look, here's my dick. No, I'm going to show you it as I'm, like, fucking you in the ass with it going, you like that? You like that? This is what America does. You get fucked, okay? You fuck with us, you get fucked. So.
All right, I'll be your vice president then.
There you go. I'm just saying, if I was the president, I would not be fucking, I would have that football. I wouldn't even have it attached to whoever's supposed to be attached to. It would be attached to me. It's like, oh, China's talking shit. Okay, here we go. We're going to use a football. Here we go. What code are we going to use today?
Like,
Euler Greg.
The wheel of nukes.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick, Euler. Real quick,
like,
Brian. Euler Greg in the chat said they stopped because it made Trump look good. He actually cares about the common people. If you're not willing to sacrifice for your country, then I lost that one. But yeah, no, Greg, you're not wrong. That's exactly why they stopped. They tried to mock him because how dare the billionaire accept $400,000 that he
right.
Need. He just donates it. Like, it's hilarious that they think they could actually use that to make him look bad. It just goes to show you the arrogance of these people. Like, these are the modern day oligarchs and aristocrats and the mentality of the ivory tower elitists.
That's the funny thing is he can have that lifestyle at any given time. Like, he's there with them. I mean, I'm talking about money-wise. Well, they might have more money, but mostly they got their money by extorting and everything else like that. But it just goes to show that it burns their hides because this guy did not do what they did to get ahead. The guy took $1 million loan from his dad and surpassed his dad.
And turned it into 33 billion dollars, something like that.
by 1,000-fold. He surpassed his dad. Of course, he paid back that loan.
And again, that's what really pisses them off. It's two reasons. Reason number one, he made all of his money in the private sector. He didn't make money by being a taxpayer-funded, paid public servant.
He did everything opposite. He did everything opposite of Barack Obama to make his wealth, and that's why they hate him.
Well, it's not even just that, because here's the other problem, Brian. Not only did he make his money in the private sector, and he's a billionaire, they can't buy him.
No.
So yeah, they're kind of screwed.
They probably tried.
Oh, I will bet you they tried. That's probably the reason he said, "I'm only accepting $1 of the presidential salary." That probably wasn't done out of a gesture of goodwill. It was more likely a middle finger to anyone that tried to buy him and blackmail him, just to make a point.
Mm-hmm. Probably, and he's the type of person that would do that. And that's the funny thing, because I've heard all this certain things like, well, he's doing it because he's broke and he's out of money. That's why he's running for president, so he can get some money. It's like, his name is not Bill
for money.
His name is not Bill Clinton.
Like I stayed at a hotel in Vegas.
Well, and that's the thing. If he was broke and out of money, how many properties does he own? He could sell one.
He's like, what is it? Moneybags from Monopoly.
Yeah, he could literally sell one of his properties. And
the fun fact about that guy is that guy was based off J.P. Morgan.
Right.
Oh, don't get me started on J.P. Morgan.
I know. That's what Mr. Moneybags was based off of. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And also, what's up, Farty?
Morning, all.
Farty, morning.
Yeah, it's really fucking early in the morning.
I know it is, but you dared to click the link and join the party, so
That's only because my mate Insomnia won't shut the fuck up. Little cunt likes to get up at like 3 a.m. and play techno music in the back of my head.
Mm-hmm.
Real loud.
What channel are we on, Adam?
Mine.
Oh, okay.
And Euler Greg said he wasn't a Trump guy, but he's earned his respect. Greg, I'm right there with you. I wasn't necessarily a Trump fan. It was, again, when I voted, it was a lesser of two evils type of thing. But I gotta give the guy props. Like, if I was him, I wouldn't do it. Why would I want to be the object of ire 24/7 when I'm worth billions of dollars and I can just sit back and drink champagne and sit on a yacht all day and not have to worry about the problems of the world? Why would I do it?
And he ran on it.
Speaking of presidential candidates, I really would like to know what Dodge's opinion is about this libertarian candidate for president.
Dodge is no longer a libertarian.
He's not?
Yeah,
registered libertarian.
Well, me and Jensen, funny you bring that up. Me and Jensen have a conversation with Dodge a little bit, explaining to him why he isn't a libertarian. If anything, Dodge is well, I'm a constitutionalist. Dodge is probably closer to being a constitutionalist or a constitutional conservative, because that's where I stand on the matter.
But anyways, I was going to say the libertarian candidate for president, she tweeted out, the hashtag Black Lives Matter, and she got railroaded. And so she had to say, well, no, I support the movement, not the organization. And people were like, well, it's really hard to separate the two.
Well, it's because you can't separate the two because the movement and the organization are intertwined. So
yeah. Thanks to these 3 black ladies who started Black Lives Matter. Now they're taking money. They sold the fuck out, giving us a bad name. I could go on for hours about this stupid shit.
Well, and again, one of ironically, I think it's 4 black females, and I know one of which is. I think they're all lesbians. I could be wrong about that, so don't.
Oh yeah, 3 of them are gay. One of them I think is bisexual. But one of them's in hot fucking water because she wrote a manifesto just to like eliminate all whites, and I'm like, why?
Oh yeah, I did see that. But also the other one, the one I think you're talking about, was charged, convicted, and imprisoned over a bombing in New York City and also in DC.
Yeah.
And Bill Clinton went ahead and pardoned her.
Yeah, pardoned her
on his last day in office.
Yeah.
So it's like
he she gave him head that day. She's like, "You're gonna pardon me, right?" And he's like, "You're gonna suck my dick, right?" And she's like, "Okay."
Probably what happened.
Boom. And
again, that
kill everybody.
Well, you do realise that wasn't Barry that did the commuting of the sentence. That was Michael.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it, Barty.
Well,
yeah, Michael wanted a bit of poon.
Oh God.
Farty's
Barry was just a bit too loose that day.
Farty's awake, everybody.
You think Michael's got a bigger wang than Barry?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, Michael wears the pants in that family.
He's probably not wrong. But yeah,
I can't remember if like Chris Rock or some other black comedian, but he's saying that like he just hated the fuck out of Michelle Obama because it's like, you're the first lady, darling. Why do you have to interject yourself every bloody where? It's like, and he does this thing like, he's sitting there and he's pretending to be like Obama, and he's just standing there waving, and then he goes, shoves over a little bit and pretends to be Michelle, and just sort of sliding her head into the fucking thing with a cheesy grin on her face. It's like, fuck off, bitch. You're the first lady, not the president. Why are we asking a garbage truck driver how to do brain surgery?
You say that, but wait, because she just might jump in November, and then there'll be her with Biden as her VP.
That's actually gonna be hard to do, considering they're even telling Kanye that there's several states that he can't get on the ballot because he's too late. So that's why I believe that even if they're gonna trade out Biden, they're going to have to trade him out for somebody that's already
Bernie.
Yeah, it could be Bernie, or it could be any of the other Democratic candidates.
They wouldn't go for Buttigieg because it's that fool gets slaughtered during a
day. He
already
South Bend, so yeah.
All right, hey guys, as much as I would like to continue this conversation, I have to make a phone call. I might be back later.
All right, bud.
I'd laugh if Michael does run for presidentship and it does win, and then like at the acceptance speech, instead of just standing behind the podium, it just rips all his clothes off and goes, "I'm Terry Crews, bitch."
I'm Rick James, bitch. Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Yeah, it is. God damn.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
So Michelle Obama is just Terry Crews on a really long acting gig.
Oh yeah. What was it? Oh shit, Cub, you'd remember. I think it was on The Simpsons. Well, Michael Moore was other people. He'd put on suits and be other people. I think it was The Simpsons. Shit, I can't remember now. But
I think it was Family Guy. Where
Family
it was
Guy. Family Guy.
Savage. Fred
Okay,
Savage.
Family. Okay, there you go. Family Guy. All right. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's the election's like the last thing I'm worried about, but it would be funny to see. You know, it would be funny to see Bernie jump in with Biden. Oh, put them together. I mean, why not? At this point, throw everything at Trump all at once.
No,
I
because
mean, they have to. I mean,
It's an
I mean, he's.
all-white male ticket.
all the Karen.
But the
Bitch.
funny thing is, he even said we're doing a female candidate.
Yeah,
a
he's
female.
supposedly looking for a female African American candidate.
Did he say African American or just female candidate?
No, he straight up said he's looking for a female African American candidate for his VP slot.
Ah.
Oh god.
Well, Chef, you're available, right?
I'm not of age. I have to wait until I'm 35. That's in December.
So do you think it's gonna be Michael?
I think it's probably gonna be that chick. I can't remember her fucking name.
The wannabe governor of Georgia.
Yes.
God.
I got a feeling it would be Biden's pick for fucking VP.
I'll be honest with you. Getting a VP pick doesn't do as much to help you as you think it does.
No.
Because like if that were the case, Walter Mondale would have been president. If that's the case, then I guess Mitt Romney could have been president.
Yep.
Paul Ryan was liked at the time, but then we found out how much of a scumbag he really was. McCain probably would have been president.
Yeah, McCain would have been president.
Because, now Sarah Palin's sort of a joke now, but
oh my god.
but it's just
hey,
one of those.
She can see Russia from her backyard, okay?
I can see Russia from my house. I can see it from my house.
I still remember that interview. I was sitting there smoking a joint in the morning. I said, did this bitch just say she saw Russia from her backyard? I'm gonna put her in the White House, please. Damn, I was like, I wonder what she could see from the White House backyard. China?
So we've had our own version of Sarah Palin for fucking decades. It's a woman called bloody, what's her name? Oh fuck, I can't remember now. Bloody Pauline Hanson, that's the one. She's this red-headed Sheila. She used to have a fish and chip shop in fucking Brisbane or Bundaberg or something like that. And then she ran for politics, and basically her whole running slogan was "fuck the gooks."
Nice.
And she's even doing stuff like releasing public letters like, if you like, by the time you read this, the Asians have killed me. All this kind of stuff. She was banging on about China a decade ago, and now there's like all these memes like she's saying China's bad, and then like one of our news TV producers presenters going, oh, you're racist, China's asshole, you're prejudiced, China's taking over. Okay, you were right.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's right. Shit. She was onto something.
Now, Pauline had a bloody good idea, right? She was right on just about everything she said. The only problem with her was she had a really horrible way of saying it.
Yeah, see, she should come in America and do politics. She'd do just fine.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
No?
She is that not self-aware. She would just simply get up and say with the Black Lives Matter, oh, you effing M's have to stop doing this stuff. She'd definitely get up and say that in public. You'd lynch her.
Hey, you need somebody like that to ruffle some feathers. That's what we need. We need somebody right now to ruffle some feathers.
Oh yeah, she definitely ruffle some fellas.
I mean, seriously, to get Washington to wake up right now, somebody's got to step up and rustle some feathers.
Oh yeah, Xi Jinping's doing that. He's
right
doing
now,
it right now.
They're playing scared. That's what's going on in Washington. They're playing scared.
They're not gonna. It's not gonna end well for those that are playing scared.
Oh, and then you've got every governor and mayor in each state. They're going, well, we're gonna hide behind the CDC and just go with what they're saying and just.
Yeah, CDC and the WHO and oh, good lord, yeah.
Yeah, it's like they're hiding behind them. They're like, well, they told us that we can open up. Oh, now they're telling us we have to shut down everything. Well, they're telling us. It's like, what the fuck do you want to do?
we,
They,
sadly
they're not
voted for
leading.
your
They're
ass.
not leading. They just want to get elected to get that sweet government cheese paycheck.
Mhm.
That's all they really want.
All right. Well,
They have no desire to lead.
let me just let you know of what's happening now in out here, because we've got a pretty good yardstick for how things are going, because we did do quite a bit with the quarantine. We've almost got it under control. Almost. See, like we were COVID free in New South Wales for a couple of weeks. All of a sudden, a fucker's just popped up in Sydney. A whole bunch of fuckers have just popped up in Sydney, actually.
Oh, shit.
Melbourne just come out of their quarantine, and it turns out they didn't do a single thing correctly. So Brisbane locked themselves off completely the whole time, and they even when like we were telling them to fucking open their gates, they said, "Nah, get fucked." And then when the second lot of cases started coming out in Melbourne, fucking Queensland's going, "Ha ha, fuck yous, we were right, ha ha." And then all of a sudden, oh shit, there's a case that just happened to pop up in fucking Brisbane. That's like fucking 4 or 5, or almost a couple of months after like they've had their last case. So we're getting random cases popping up here, left, right, and centre. This basically goes back to my whole point of it. It's a fucking fifth columnist running around fucking spreading this shit on purpose for the simple reason that it should not be reappearing in some of these places, and especially in Queensland where like it's double quarantined. No one's getting in from Victoria. Definitely, no one's getting in from New South Wales or Northern Territory. How'd it get in there?
Right?
Unless some cunt's fucking spreading it.
Right? It's like now they don't know if it's airborne or so. It's like what? It's like I understand we're learning new things about it, but it's like before you even make a press conference, make sure you got your facts straight because they're starting to sound like really fucking stupid now. Oh, I totally agree. The rise of the virus will disappear after the election. Fuck yeah.
No, it won't.
Yeah,
I mean,
think
it's
it's going
virus,
to.
but
I mean, the virus. Here's the problem. From day one, I've said this shit's airborne, and then you get it's how long it lives on something. There's 218 scientists now. They're saying it is airborne, just like the common cold, airborne, not just surviving on a surface. And this is something that I've said before. Until these motherfucking scumbag, cocksucking, limp dick, lolly cocksucking motherfuckers finally just come out and tell us what the fuck we're dealing with, we're not going to know. And that's the biggest issue,
Well, I'll tell you what's happening at the moment, right? They've released a virus that we've all thought was really dangerous and all this kind of stuff. So we've gone tried to do all the quarantine things and all this kind of shit, just to find out that it wasn't as bad as what we thought it was. Now there is the swine flu and a bubonic plague that's now coming through China. The bubonic plague's over in the Stans area, so I think it's in Kazakhstan at the moment. But yeah, there's a swine flu that's coming out of the Wuhan area. I mean, out of the Wuhan weapons clinic. Area. So I reckon that's a binary thing. Now, what's happened here is in two phases. The first one's been showing up all the governments as being full of shit. They don't know what they're talking about. So no one's going to go into quarantine now. So when this swine flu comes through, are you going to listen to the government? Oh, the last one wasn't so bad, so why should we quarantine for this one? Well, this one's the one that's actually going to hurt you. And even if it doesn't hurt you, like the Chinese could do stuff like fucking mass sterilization of population and things like that. That's not beyond them.
That can be coded in the virus, to be honest with you.
It could, yeah.
And that's going to be that might just be more of the goal than anything else.
But where Americans are saying that, like, oh, the virus will clear up after the election and all this kind of stuff. Like, guys, honestly, look at the rest of the world. We're not just going on some charade just because of your election or anything like that. We are treating this exactly the same way because it is an actual tangible thing that is actually tangibly harming people. Like, this isn't some concoction of the US government. We're just going, oh yeah, no worries, we'll play along just to get you your votes. That doesn't work like that, guys.
No, it doesn't. And here's the thing. It's like it came from. I mean, it came from China, and that's and WHO is a corrupt organization, and they help them. And when they get warnings from people like Taiwan, and even to a lesser extent South Korea, they just ignore them, and so and they just let it spread. They just let it spread because China doesn't want to be embarrassed. and whatever Xi Jinping had on Tedros or whatever. I don't know, but this came out of Wuhan, and there's another flu coming out of Wuhan as we speak, and it's really imperative that we shut down travel to China worldwide, and I mean worldwide.
As it should have been in the beginning. Like I was
Exactly.
saying earlier, that's where we should all be banding together because this is the shit we know where it's came from. Now it's time to you know, A, get over it, but two, band together to go against that has tried to kill every single last living thing on the planet.
Yeah, and the stupid 50 cent army and the imbeciles that push so hard for Biden to get elected. It's like, let's not debate where it came from. It's all Trump's fault because of blah 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 blah. And I said,
Mm-hmm.
you know what? I really would like to see you handle it better
Yeah.
and haven't been blindsided by this, trying to trust your sources and people you trust, like some people out of China, trying to have a good relation with China and with the WHO, and then for them to flat out lie to you and stab you in the back and lie to the whole world. And so I'm sorry. I mean, this would have happened. This would have happened under your watch too, and there was no way you know how to do it. And this whole thing of like, oh, wear a mask, don't wear a mask, flatten the curve, whatever. Not that any of it does or doesn't work, but I feel like this whole time, this whole process, we've been grasping for straws this whole time.
I think it would have worked had everybody, and Farty, we talked about this before too. And Brian, fuck, we've talked about it too. You know, it's like had everybody just done it in the first fucking place, not this. Oh, because of my Constitution, I'm not going to wear a mask, or you know, same thing with everybody, the essential workers that have been at the front of this from the beginning, who then got fucked because you know they're the first ones that are around it. They're also, you know, while everybody else is sitting back collecting a nice $650 of unemployment, they're working and making fuck all as usual. But at the end of the day, everybody from day one should have been masks, gloves. Farty, you had mentioned multiple times, and I agree with you. Multiple pairs of gloves so you can peel one off, you know, just like at a scene. You know, we've got multiple pairs of gloves on so that when the next person comes, all right, I'm good to go. Good to go. Good to go. You know, then you put on more instead of putting on a pair of gloves and wearing it for 8 hours, or you know, taking it off when you go to your lunch and then you know washing your hands and getting a new pair of gloves and you know so on and so forth. But had everybody, and I'm including, you know, the president included in this, you know, everybody wearing masks, everybody staying home, everybody wearing gloves, maybe it would have. But the fact that here alone in my state, we had 3 or 4 different counties that all started at different fucking times. You know what I mean? So it's like after the president said something. So it's like, how the fuck is that going to work when you're like, oh, well, this county's starting on this day. 4 days later, this county started. 6 days later, this county started. You know, it's like,
yeah, but you know, yeah, you know, I agree to an extent. If we were to just halt everything, start a lockdown on a certain date, have it go on for a month, and you know, do all the stuff we did, because I personally believe that when we opened up a few things, it was a little bit different because we staggered this. And I think that, to be honest with you, I feel like my state should have opened up a little bit sooner than it did. Because what's going to happen when everything's still locked down, mostly partially, you know, when only half of the country's open in one capacity or another, and then you have all these stupid riots, you know, that didn't help.
All right, who wants to hear it?
The reason that why that could happen is because no one was there to protect their business or whatever, because they weren't deemed an essential service, and they didn't social distance. They didn't wear masks. Well, the Antifa did, but you know, I mean, there's just a way we could have curbed this, and I think they took full advantage of the fact that most people were out of work and whatever, or not there to protect their businesses. And then with this whole thing, and it's not, no one there was social distance. And I don't care about mask or not mask. If you're not social distancing, a mask is a poor substitute.
Oh well, yeah, definitely. And like you had said though, empty businesses make it easier for the right. I mean, there's shit just all. I'm not one that's going to go, man. This just seems odd. Oh, it just had to have happened. It's a coinkydink. No, man. I mean, this shit seems planned out. I think OG here, playing up to after the election. I think at the end of the day, my personal opinion on this is we're already in pre-fucking Civil War mode here, people. I mean, and this is just my opinion. Everybody on the panel can have their own opinions. That's one great thing about all of us. We always have different opinions. We're always able to talk. I think the kicker will be the election. Because if Trump doesn't win, you're going to have people that are going to lose their shit and fight back. And then if Trump does win, they're going to do the same fucking thing. So to me, I think that's going to be the kicker point, because I thought maybe on the 4th something would happen, but nothing really did. So really the biggest thing I see coming up, we got Labor Day and whatnot and all that shit. But I think the election, if we have the election, if we're not all back to being shut down again, that might be finally to the part where the actual Civil War itself that we are all hoping doesn't happen. But at the end of the day, there are those that want it. I said this earlier with Doku. It seems that this day and age, with the exception of everybody on the panel, most of the like-minded people I do talk with, these people are so offended over the first Civil War, they're dumb enough to start another one. And it does seem to be what's happening, in my opinion.
I've got a wacky ass conspiracy theory for you, and this is giving some love to the conspiracy theorists out there. So, Cub, here's one for you. Now, here's what actually happened, boys and girls, and there's actually a little element of truth to this. See, back in 2000, right, the CCP went and hunted out 19 Saudis to go and con them into running 2 aeroplanes into the World Trade Center, 1 aeroplane into the Pentagon, and then hopefully 1 into the White House, but that one got fucked up. And also is that they can then perpetuate this whole thing on the internet about it being an inside job and all this kind of stuff. So then 10 years or almost 20 years later, when they release the virus, there's too many conspiracy theorists out there that don't trust the US government, who are going to go and protest and spread the virus like good little drones and all this kind of shit. And so they're going to wipe out the American thing so that China can invade America, so that George W. Bush could get the oil in Iraq. That's all this was all about. Oh, wait, hang on. But
it's
actually, like
the Spice Girls, don't forget.
Yeah, but like the whole thing I've been saying about conspiracies on the internet and all this kind of stuff, and the internet being the worst possible thing for human invention, is sort of kind of coming into fruition, because a lot of these people who don't trust the government are a lot of these truthers and fucking flat earthers and shit like that don't have the cognitive ability to research their own height, for fuck's sake. But yeah. Like, of course, China can be playing on this. Like, this is where, a lot of Americans have been fooled, because they're that bloody stupid. They have been listening to a lot of this shit, and they've been manipulated, and it's been so easy. And yeah, I'm telling you, like, all these protests, this is all organised by the CCP.
Oh, I don't doubt that protesters might have been organized by the CCP or George Soros. I mean, I think it's kind of a little bit of mix of both, because I think the CCP is actually more of the online stuff. You have the 50 Cent army there. The whole thing with George Soros, he is right now in a pissing contest with China. See, because one thing I know about communists is they don't like other communists. Because it's a buy for control. I don't know if you've seen any. I'm sure you've seen the news, being in Australia more so than we have. But anytime there's a new president in China, new this minister, that minister, there's sort of a very heated coup within the party to take over. Yeah, and that's how it's always been. The Stalin regime flat out killed the people he disagreed with. And, it's like, oh, you're not taking my position. Boom, you're dead. Type of thing.
Well, yeah, this is another thing that you guys should be doing as well. It's like we should be doing the same thing with Daniel Andrews. Daniel Andrews is a Victorian, basically state governor. We call him a premier, but he's gone behind our back during the coronavirus thing, tried to get us all signed up for the Belt and Road Initiative. And we're like, fucking no. For starters, that's not going to work because you didn't run it past the federal government or the Queen, so that's not going to happen.
How would Australia be a part of the Belt and Road Initiative? I thought the Belt and Road Initiative had to do with the old Silk Road.
Yeah, it's global. It's supposed to basically link up all continents, and yeah, it's one massive major highway. There's the Arctic Silk Road that's already open, and the Belt and Road Initiative is supposed to link up with that as well. So with Daniel Andrews, we've been calling for that cut because it's literally treason. That's no ifs, buts, or maybes, no ambiguities. He fucking sided with the enemy whilst we basically are at war. He's a communist. He's all this kind of shit. Fifth columnist, all this. So we should be investigating the fuck out of him and have him done for treason. Same with George Soros, because, well, yes, it's no bloody secret that he was funding BLM and BAM and other organisations like that. So, well, he's funding terrorist organisations inside of the United States during time when you guys are unofficially at war with the Communist Party, and he's a fifth columnist, the communist. You should be arresting him and investigating the fuck out of him for treason.
I agree. The guy needs to be like put into prison. But you guys heard the news about the president commuting Roger Stone, and the reason he did that instead of doing a pardon, because a pardon is an admission of guilt. He commutes him, he can actually challenge stuff. And he was supposed to go to federal prison on Tuesday because it was a phony baloney case. But anyways, I digress. But yeah, but George Soros does need to go to federal prison. Where is he, anyways? Is he somewhere in Europe, right?
Pretty sure. Hiding one of his bunkers.
Yeah, because I know if he was here, there'd be people riding him out of town on a rail. He's actually wanted in a few countries, from what I know. Like, he's not welcome in any of the developing Eastern Europe nations at all.
Well, they can have him. I don't want him anymore.
Right? You can have him back.
Yeah, they can take his dirty ass, and there's quite a few other people that I feel the same way about. But at the end of the day, we'll just buckle up, boys and girls, because we're in for a crazy fucking ride like always. Now, Farty, I was laughing because I saw earlier that our friend Proper Jeremy jumped in for a second, or Justin Proper. I seen him jump in, and I'm hoping that he didn't leave because he saw that you were here.
He probably did. All right, let's not elaborate
I
on
didn't
that.
see anything. I just was laughing because Chef filled me in a little bit. So Justin, I hope that's not why you dissipated, because Farty will play nice here. He's a good guy. He really is. He's just another silly Jose.
I'll explain a little later, but I'm just going to leave it.
All good, bro. All good. Like I said, I work weekends, so I didn't catch the streams. I just caught a little bit of the BS, with tweets, and Chef was kind enough to kind of catch me up because, I'm done now. I don't have to go to work the rest of the week, so I'll check out the streams and whatnot. But as long as you guys don't have ill will towards each other, then it's all good. Which I didn't figure you would. Not,
I'll explain a little later.
All good, Hoss. All good. And since I got this moment, Chef, speaking of Chef, I need to know, how big of a Colts fan are you? Are you just an Andrew Lux Colts fan, or are you an old school Colts fan?
Fuck him, Andrew Luck, pussing out this early. But whatever, I got Phillip Rivers. I ain't worried. Now, I'm a huge Colts fan. Like, I've got, I don't even know how many hats, jerseys, merch. I even have pillowcases and sheets. That's how big of a fan I am.
Nice. See, we'll have to do a stream so you can show off all your cool Colts stuff at some point when you want to.
I've got, I think I can pull one of them down right now. I can. Oh, let's see. Because I got this, as like a birthday present. That's my Peyton Manning fucking rookie. That's his rookie shit.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I got that, and then let's see. Oh shit, don't want to break that. And then I got his final year, his fucking last year as a Colt. That was fucking sad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Then I got his jerseys, a couple other jerseys, hats. Like every year I get a hat. I have the 2020 official, draft day hat. Yeah. So yeah. Oh yeah, Rivers gonna retire. I give him this year because if he fucking sucks this year, he's done. He's done. He's done.
You know who was overrated, and it has nothing to do with the Colts. And people like swear up and down he was great, but he didn't do anything. Was that guy Tony Romo?
Okay, I'll give him credit. He was an elite quarterback. He just couldn't get over the hump by getting to the playoffs in the Super Bowl.
And I hear that they had like some of the best players, but the
Oh my
problem
god,
is,
dude, he was stacked one year. One year, I honestly said I'm not even a Cowboys fan. I hate the fucking Cowboys, and I can't remember what year it was. It wasn't too long ago. Like he had the best defense. Yeah, they had the best defense, the best offense, and the best special teams at that point, and they didn't make it.
Yeah,
which was a head scratcher.
I think it has to do with they're not either he's not a good team leader or they just can't work well together.
Oh no, he wasn't a great team leader. I mean, granted, he had the quarterback chemistry of like when he was in the pocket, but I've heard interviews with players going, yeah, when he was in the huddle, it was all about I'm just gonna throw it, I'm just gonna bomb it, and somebody better fucking catch it. It's like, really, bro? It's like, no wonder you got fucking knocked on your back. You had broken back, broken collarbone, broken.
Mm-hmm.
It's like your offensive line said, fuck you.
We better run and catch it. Learn to throw the ball, fool.
For real. And that's why his running backs gave up on him. It's like, you want me to go there? Fuck you. I ain't going up that hole. Fuck you.
Have you guys ever seen the NRL?
Yeah.
I've seen, yes, a little bit of it.
I was just going to say, yeah, we should do a reaction video on the biggest hits in the NRL because we don't use helmets and shoulder pads.
Yeah, you guys fucking, oh my god, you guys, I'm impressed. I'm impressed that these motherfuckers get back up after they get hit like that.
Well, it starts off in school as a game called Kill the Dill with the Pill, and that gets you used to it.
Oh, we have a game like that here, except for we can't say it on air anymore.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about though.
It's like, hey, you want to play?
Anything to do with Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo?
It has a certain word in it that has that starts with the letter Q.
Oh,
yeah.
It's smear the Q.
Yeah,
that's the name of the game.
It's that end of the offensive part.
Yep.
Yeah. It was a fun game back in the day, though.
It is a fun game.
Oh yeah.
I just don't want to say it on YouTube.
Right?
Until we're able to get on BitChute. I will say
Man, you can say it here because there's we got 5 people watching, and when they come at me, like I took care of Frank's channel the other night, getting rid of all the stuff. And I'm gonna play. They're probably already gonna hit me with the 2 Joker videos I've played. I've got another video, and if they piss me off just enough, I'll play some Uncle Motherfucking Ruckus from Boondock.
Shit.
So, because Uncle Ruckus has always got some shit to say, and they've already had to drop those claims every time I played it. So it's like, haha, bitches, because I use the nice "don't be racist" YouTube, and as soon as you put the race word in there that they're being racist, boy, they let your video go quick as shit.
Shoot, that's what I should have done for my copyright claim.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta be racist. That's okay.
What's the matter with you?
If you're gonna come at me on fair use shit that's all over YouTube, that you type in Uncle Ruckus and look at how much shit pops up. So why aren't all theirs banned? So don't be coming after me, mofos. That's how I look at it. If it's okay for all of them, It's okay for me, so you better drop this copyright strike. And they sure should have.
That's what I thought, because I thought, honestly, I was going to get copy struck. I thought I was honestly going to get a copyright for playing that Brie Larson fucking Hot Ones video when she's eating. I honestly thought, I was like, I'm going to get a copyright. I really don't care.
I thought they were too, though. I mean, because, I was on that stream with you. And that's why I was saying I'm amazed they didn't attack you.
I was like, okay. Maybe it was just because I did it the day she launched her YouTube channel and they just didn't care.
Man, it wasn't that bad. I mean, the worst thing we really said was, there's no such thing as vegan wings. Come on.
That's probably why her PR people got to me. Like, we got to
There are no such thing as vegan wings.
Exactly, Brian. Exactly.
Leaves.
Yeah.
They're called leaves.
I don't know. Can
Leaves,
plants fly?
No, like that's the whole thing. Like I think there's like a couple celebrities like on those videos that they're like, yeah, these are vegan hot wings, and I'm like, dude, there's no such thing as a vegan hot wing.
I mean, I'm sorry, but I mean, when someone offers you hot salad, you might want to run away.
Yeah.
No shit, right?
So, Brian, I had to on Chef's stream. I said, show me the vegan on a chicken.
Yeah. Where is it? I'll wait. I'm still waiting.
I can show you the dirty vegan inside the chicken.
It's like
True that.
The vegan on the chicken.
On the chicken. Yeah, show me the vegan. Oh, there you go.
Like, seriously.
Show me the vegan in a salad.
But they put their penis in the vegan of the chicken.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no such thing. Like if they said it was boneless, then I'd be like, okay, maybe it might be the breading, but it wouldn't be the breading because I'd be like, well, it'd be gluten free.
Yeah.
Did they read the package properly? Did it say
bread, right?
Did it say chicken veggie or chicken vegan?
I have no idea.
Oh yeah, because yeast is an organism, right? So they can't have that.
Yeah. Because like if they were boneless and they were breaded different, they'd be considered gluten free. There's no vegan. I'm sorry.
I mean, if they're breaded, golly.
Yeah, if she had, I mean, because they were breaded, so I was like, okay, they're gluten free. They're not vegan. I'm like, whatever. Y'all are stupid.
Besides,
it's that mystery meat from the McDonald's chicken nuggets. It's vegan free. It's vegan meat.
I would have been like if they had that episode of Hot Ones when they had Gordon Ramsay on there or Guy Fieri, and they go, "Hey, here's some vegan hot wings." They would have looked at them, going, "What the fuck are you doing? What is this?"
Mm-hmm.
I want him to do it just to say, look at Gordon Ramsay's face.
Yeah,
dude, he would have been like, "What the fuck? What did I sign up for? Get the fuck out of my face."
Get out of my kitchen.
For real.
Get out of my kitchen. Let me show you how you make a wing.
Like, but it's my kitchen. It's my kitchen now by proxy.
No, but that's still one of the most watched episodes of Hot Ones is of Gordon Ramsay eating hot wings. That he fucking went off. He died.
Oh,
that'd be the most anticlimactic episode ever, though. Like, you get Gordon Ramsay on with the hot wings and stuff. And
I've heard him swear, but I've never heard that motherfucker go it was awesome. I was laughing my ass off.
Yeah, but I think it'd be heaps anticlimactic though if Gordon Ramsay got on. They put vegan chicken wings in front of him, expecting him to go off his fucking brain for 40 minutes. He just looks down, looks up, and just shakes his head and walks off.
Right, that would have been the best episode ever.
You guys ever fallen asleep in front of the television? I'm sure everybody has. But here's the thing. If I fall asleep in front of the television and then Gordon Ramsay comes on, I'm waking up. Why? Because of all the beeps.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Should watch it on Australian television, mate. We let the swearing go through.
I know, you lucky bastards.
Yep. See, freedom of speech. We allow swearing on primetime TV.
That's why I like watching the BBC when they have kitchen nightmares, because they don't, free speech. They let it fly out too. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, so the Canadians do it too.
Americans need to get on board.
Oh, they kind of do.
I'll even be nice, and I'm going to share it in the chat so y'all can collect. You can collect. You can click and directly go there and watch it, because Chef loves this episode. She has told me that numerous times. I've got it in my watch list because I just know how good it's going to be. So I was like, all right, but here it is.
There's a couple good ones that he has with like some certain celebrities that he does. Like there's like one with Shaq. Oh my god. Trying to down
Yeah,
some
he's got Guy
could Shaq
Fieri.
handle it?
Oh my god, Shaq can handle it, but there's like one hot sauce that bit him good, and he was just like he took like a whole gallon like milk and like slammed that shit.
Hey, Chef, have you ever heard of Black Widow sauce?
Yes, I have.
Okay, you ever had it before, right?
No, I haven't. I've heard stories.
I wish I could find a bottle of it this time, but like when I was like, I don't know, 12, 13, someone I gave a bottle of it to my dad as a gift, but that bottle of Black Widow sauce lasted us a very long time.
Oh yeah,
because one drop of it will
that's all you need.
Bad. And like, you know, whenever like chili was made, all I put was one drop in the chili. That's how.
Yeah. That's how
more than that was way too much.
Other hot sauce I have, it's called The End, and I have no. I was back home in San Francisco, and I decided they opened up like a new like hot sauce like little hole in the wall, bunch of a world of hot sauce, and I was like, what is this? And then they had this little black box that would look like a fucking coffin. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And it was a bottle of hot sauce called The End. I don't even know what fucking peppers are in it, but the fact that I had to sign a document before I tried it saying that the store was not responsible for me either passing out, throwing up, having a heart attack, seizure, what else?
Dying?
Dying, brain damage, or anything. I was like, brain damage? I didn't read that till the very end. But I got a cool t-shirt and I got a bottle of hot sauce from it.
The disclaimer was probably because it's the leftover refining process tailings of fucking dead Indonesian grappa.
Like even like when they opened the bottle, my eyes was automatically I was tearing up.
Oh, was that bad? Wow.
It was that bad. And then it was like they just put like a little dab and they're like, here you go. And I was like, all right. Popped it in my mouth and I was like, I need to go. The Pacific Ocean's where that way, cool. I'm gonna go dunk my head in that shit and I'm not coming back.
So
like I literally had to sit in a cold shower for about an hour and a half.
Wow.
My head was on fire. Like I felt like my brain was on fire. I thought my brain was melting.
So here's the funny story about that Black Widow sauce.
But I survived.
Two of my best friends were over, right? One of them was kind of a dick, and the other one really didn't. He didn't like appreciate good flavor, you know. It's kind of like basic stuff. So anyway, so the Black Widow sauce is on the table, and my friend, the one that's kind of a dick's looking at us like, I said, be careful with that. You know, one drop is all you need, and even that's too much for a lot of people. And so he puts a little bit on his finger and tastes it. He's like, it's not hot.
Oh my God.
His face is like turning bright red and cherry. And then my other friend, he grabs it. He puts some on his finger. He puts it in his mouth, puts some more, puts it in his mouth, and he just like coughs and he's like screaming. He's like getting water. It's like, oh my gosh. And this kid, he's pale. But man, I've never seen the color of red on him. And the other friend of mine, the one that's kind of a dick, you know, he's got like kind of tan, so you can see from one shade of like a dark color to red. But I mean, because I could see him just kind of smirk, is like, yeah, this is totally worth it if I get him. It's like, oh my gosh, you dick. My dad's like sitting in the living room and he's watching it. He's just cracking up, and it was crazy.
Yeah. It was one of those where my ex-wife like literally like took a whole video of me eating it. I was like, whatever. I was like, I could do it. Yeah, no. I fucking died. I was dead. I was done deal. It was like, do not pass go, do not collect $200. I had just ate at Bubba Gump Shrimp, so I was excited. I didn't even really get to enjoy that. Everything inside. I thought I was gonna die. I literally thought I was gonna die, guys. I did, but I got a kick-ass T-shirt.
Oh yeah.
I still wear it to this day. People are like, "What is that?" I'm like, "It's the world's fucking hottest hot sauce." It's probably not the world's hottest now,
What was that? No. Yeah.
but at the fucking time, it was like the world's hottest because it had. I know it had the Carolina Reapers. It had. Oh God, what was it? What's the next hottest pepper after that?
Is it ghost pepper? No,
I think-
no, it's not the ghost pepper.
No, it had ghost peppers in it too, but it had the next pepper right after the Carolina Reaper. And I'm blanking out on it. Shit.
You know, it'd be funnier if the shirt read, "I almost killed myself on the world's hottest pepper, and all I have to show for it is this T-shirt."
That would have been awesome. But no, it says, "I survived the end." And everybody's like, "What is the end?" And I'm like, "Would you like to try it?"
Mhm.
And they go, "Well, what is it?" I go, "It's hot sauce." And they go, "Oh, no. I'm okay.
Tripping scorpion.
I think so.
No, I survived the hottest pepper in the world, and all I got was a erect anus from it.
Mhm.
Yeah, of course.
Let me tell you, man, the heartburn afterward.
Oh gosh, I couldn't imagine.
Oh my God, that was bad. The heartburn afterward was so bad. Like I had to Google. I'm like, okay, how much milk can I drink? How much Pepto can I drink? How much is? Oh my God.
Well, they was it gonna say one thing when dealing with hot peppers and what people don't tell you, especially if you're a dude, is after you had some and handled some, it's best to wash your hands before you go. And my dad told me the story that when he was in the army, he had this jar of jalapenos he's going to give to somebody, and the sergeant says, "I'll look at them for you." And he said, "Don't eat them because they're for so and so." I was like, "Oh, don't worry, but I'll look at them for you." And then not but 15 minutes later, there's this howling scream coming from the latrine, and it was the sergeant, and it was because he didn't wash it. He snuck a jalapeno, and he didn't wash his hands before handling his junk.
Ooh.
I mean, a jar of pickled jalapenos. Yeah, that'll do it.
God damn.
Well, that's
So
how
now
we
we
can
know
get.
how to stop all the Karens and the Kyles.
Right?
Yeah, this is where NASA should have saved themselves some money with the female space program. Just get them to stand on the pad and the nude and just touch them on the with a bit of hot sauce. That'll make them jump.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
But yes, I'm going to use that as a bit of a torture method to the Chinese. When you come here, boys and girls, and I get my hands on you, I'm going to do sadistic shit like put a dab of Tabasco sauce in your ringhole. Ha ha ha.
So we could call it Chinese pee-pee torture.
Mm.
Well, when you're doing it, you can tell them now you know how those bats felt. For your research, you dirty bastards.
Yeah, so I'm having great fun planning on all the really, really horrific things I'm going to do to those poor little fuckers when they get here.
Understandable. I mean, you know, I'm just waiting. I'm waiting to see who, what, when, where. We already know why. So we shall see. You know, at the end of the day, it'd be nice for things just to go back to normal. But I just don't see that happening.
I don't see that
Normal.
happening
What's
at all.
that? What is normal?
Yeah. Well, you know, where Chef, we can actually meet up and go do something without both being considered racist and traitors.
Right? What is that? I remember back in 2019.
Back in 2019.
God damn it! Back in 2019, shit was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And then we hit 2020 and shit got crazy. I can't wait to sit on my rocking chair and tell the grandkids about COVID.
Well, see there, Carolyn.
It's like, oh, kids.
You see there, Carolyn. I remember back in 1995, and that was the best year in the world ever because we had the Spice Girls, and everything was great. And then the Spice Girls broke up in 2000, and then we had 2001. So there's my point.
Right? It's like 95, we had this thing called a police fight, police brutality. We had a riot, and then we fast forward 2000s, and we were okay. And then we hit 2019. We thought everything was okay, and then 2020 hit, and then the world just got fucked.
And then
Back
world
down
just-
to my grandkids. 2020, on the way, we just got fucked. Tell us about Corona. Well, it was 2020. It was about February of 2020.
Well, we fucked the world at the end of the 90s. We fucked the world during the 2000s. We fucked the world during the 2010s, and now she's just going harder, daddy.
Yep.
Mhm.
She's like, you need to go deeper. It's like, okay.
I'm telling you, the Mayan calendar guy was dyslexic, and he instead of putting down 2012, he meant to put down 2021. You know,
I bet you the Mayan gods are laughing their asses off, going, I can't believe these assholes thought we were gonna end the world in like what 2016 or some shit.
Well, see, here's the interesting caveat to that, because the 2001 thing, the end of the world will happen coinciding with the place of the killing of the bull, or the Olympics and the killing of the bull, which is the Sydney Olympics, because there was an abattoir there before it was an Olympic site. That's where they reckon it was 2001. Now, the caveat is that the world wasn't just going to up and completely straight up end right there. It was going to be the beginning of the end, and then there's supposed to be a whole mess of stuff that was supposed to happen afterwards, like the rise of Islam and another great power that's going to move around the world, causing another great war and all this kind of shit. And it's not so much that it's going to destroy the planet and wipe us all out. It's going to just basically change those, like, I don't know, Mad Max apocalyptic fucking dystopia or something.
Yeah.
And China's got nukes, boys and girls.
gosh.
Yeah. Feel that gravity?
Well,
China.
at this point, damn near everybody's got nukes, so the whole nuke thing kind of went out the window. But
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, but we actually haven't been in an actual proper shooting war with an actual nuclear power yet. Like, we've had proxy wars and all this kind of stuff, so we don't have to shoot at each other. But this is now going to be the first one where it's going to be a US nuclear power and a Chinese nuclear power actually shooting at each other, not in a proxy.
True.
And that's the dangerous thing. You got to watch out for the Asians, because we've always thought it was, if anyone was going to use it, it's going to be the Asians.
Yeah, well, I mean, look what Mao said. You know, it's like, you know, there is no in between communism and capitalism, and not only a war with the West is inevitable, it's welcomed, and that's what Mao said. Mao said that. I don't know how Xi Jinping feels, but I don't care what Winnie the Pooh. I don't care what Winnie the Pooh has to say.
Well, he believes the same rhetoric. I mean, this is exactly what he's doing now. It's all expansionism.
Yeah, and here's the funny thing about communists: they want to sit there and get on their high horse and preach about imperialism. What the heck what do you think expansion is? Expansion is imperialism, because you're expanding the empire.
Oh yeah, communists are just hypocrites.
Yeah, they are hypocrites. They can't work. They can't. If China was under true communism, which right now I believe they're more fascist than communist.
Yeah.
At the moment, they wouldn't be having anything to do with companies or corporations. That's more of a fascist thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now in China, I guess people can start their own business. People can, I'm under a limited view, you know.
Yeah.
People can kind of choose a little bit more what their career is going to be. But remember, under communism, true communism, you don't get to choose that. This is fascism. They became the very thing they said they hated, which was fascism. And so that's the funny thing, you know. They're hypocrites. All communists are hypocrites, and everybody's a communist until they realize it doesn't work. Am I right?
You're right, man. You're right. I
Yeah, well, it does show because yes, it is a democratic fascist state basically. I'm not sure whether it's exactly fascist, but it is
It's a
something
one
along those
party.
lines.
It's still a one party fascist state.
Yeah, yeah. The true, yeah, like you said though, the true communism part, there wouldn't be the big companies like Huawei and all this kind of shit, with multi-million-dollar corporations and stuff like that. These would just be, government entities, not, and some people do
I
own
mean,
these
they
things, but
still take they still take their marching orders from the state, but
oh
even
yeah,
still,
and if you don't own your company anymore. Somebody else does, and you just go into a hole.
yeah. No, they've adopted a more fascist model.
There you go, Chef.
economically.
Oh shit.
Let me IDL. So you were here for that, Brian, but I died laughing because of what she put her name as. And I go, I know exactly what you meant. I said, yeah, I got you late black shot. She goes, they won't let me put the word black
They
in.
wouldn't put black in it. They would not. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, they wouldn't let me put it.
So she put laid back because I read it right away and I started laughing. I'm like, I love your name. And then she was telling me about it. I go, but I got you. I know what you were talking about. And I was sitting here thinking about something, and I'm like, wait a minute, I should be able to edit it. And I just tried, and it let me do it. And I'm like, oh, that's funny.
Yeah, they
Okay.
would not let me do it. I was like, okay, fine, whatever. I'll play your stupid rules.
Yeah, well, I fixed it for you. So fuck you, Streamlabs, YouTube.
Thanks, StreamYard. Thanks, YouTube.
No censoring, Chef Carolyn. Damn it.
Or
If
should I
she
say
wants
thanks,
to put something in there, you let her.
Thanks, FreeTube.
Mhm.
BreeTube.
Yeah.
BreeTube.
That's what I call it now. It's not YouTube no more. It's BreeTube.
Oh gosh.
And next up in the news, Brie Larson has just announced that she's going to be married to her long life partner, Susan Wojcicki. In a lovely coming together of hearts ceremony.
What did somebody post on Twitter? I put it in the crow's nest. I think I put it in the group chat. I think it was pretty fucking hilarious. Oh yeah, it was. If you had to sacrifice an Avenger to find out the coronavirus cure, who would it be, and
Marvel.
why Captain Marvel? And it's got a picture of Brie Larson.
Who would it be and why Captain Marvel? I like that.
I think I should ask her that question if she comes on my channel.
Is she gonna come to your channel?
Hey, her PR people got a hold of me, bro.
Ooh.
Really?
Yeah, they said at this point in time, Brie Larson is very busy at the moment making content for her channel, but when she gets a chance, she will get back to me.
I thought it'd say, please, Carolyn, stop giving Brie shit.
Hey, pretty much.
But you really didn't, though. I mean, if you go back and watch the video that we did when she was doing the wing thing, and I mean, yeah, I did make fun of the fact, you'd show me the vegan on a chicken, but I mean, we had fun, but she really wasn't ripping on her. It was just more of a, there's no vegan in chicken. You can't have vegan wings.
That was my only
It wasn't
issue.
that bad.
No, and then of course, the next video I made, that was kind of a call out. It's just like, look, you said on your YouTube channel, you want people, smaller channels, big channels, doesn't matter. You want people of color and different ethnic backgrounds on your channel. So therefore, hey, I'm calling you out, calling you on your shit. Make it 100. Let's go. Come on my channel. I'll invite you. I got 6 people in mind. It's gonna be a panel. Let's do an interview. Let's go. Be a great interview.
Get you know who you should put on your panel if Bree's gonna be there. Get Mecca on.
That's exactly who I would have, man. I would let her have the first question.
Oh gosh.
I'd be like,
Can you
Mecca,
imagine
what
that?
was yours?
Mecca personally ripping Bree a new one on stream to her
Just
face.
have her soundboard every time, like Bree would start answering
Yes,
questions.
let me know. I've got to go and buy a 44-gallon drum of lube for that one.
Oh yeah, we're all gonna get ripped that day. It's gonna be one of
Oh
those.
gosh.
It's like take a shot every time Brie Larson says like. We'll be drunk within the first 5 minutes.
Man, I'm just gonna do the whole tantric thing until you make her cry, and then I'm just gonna shoot all over the wall.
Oh yeah. All I would ask her is like, "Who hurt you?" And then she starts crying.
It's like, come on YouTube, I'm better than you is.
What I want to know, what I would ask her is like, okay, you claim that Captain Marvel's the most powerful hero in the in the Marvel, universe, but what about the time in the comic books where the Incredible Hulk smacked her into the next city?
Yep.
I'll
wait.
Yeah, but she's not gonna know anything like that. She's only about 3 comics.
She didn't even know who Captain Marvel was when she took the job.
Well, I kind of wanted to do a second one because, like, I wanted them to put her money where her mouth was and, like, make Captain Marvel full, like, no shit slutbag lesbian, like, and then get him to do like a sex scene, but like go the full thing, like make her do like all the actions and make it really cringy and uncomfortable and shit. Like, all right, there's your opinion now. I bet you $10 you'll change it.
Well, think about it, Party. She would have to be lesbian in order to play it because what was it? Scarlett Johansson wanted to play a role.
Trans or something like
Thank
that.
you. Yes, it was trans, but you're not trans enough. So it's like,
Halle Berry just backed out of a role because she's not trans enough, apparently.
And Scarlett Johansson could have nailed that role, and it would have put asses in seats because that's one sexy bitch.
Yeah. Oh yeah, all you gotta say is Scarlett Johansson's like my ass is in the seat. That's
Damn
why I
right.
can't pick Black Widow. It's like stop fucking with me and give me my movie.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not excited.
They were teasing that movie for how many years, Carolyn? Before we were getting it, and they decided to put a Captain Marvel movie before we got Black Widow.
Yeah, see, and that's what pissed me off. It's like you're gonna give me Captain Marvel before you give me Black Widow. That's like that is like the worst blowjob you can ever give me.
Or it's even worse.
He did Wonder Woman and made all that money.
Oh my God, Wonder Woman was awesome.
It's even worse when they go but Brie Larson, Captain Marvel's most powerful first strong female lead, and then like you go, what about Black Widow? What about Scarlet Witch? We've already got them.
Yeah, I mean Scarlet Witch is cute.
You want to talk about something for like empowering females? How about She-Hulk? Lady, lawyer.
They're doing it.
A lawyer.
A lawyer. Yep.
Yeah, a lawyer.
A lawyer, honey.
They're doing it apparently.
Yeah, apparently they're gonna do that. I don't know if it's gonna be a movie or a television going straight to like Disney Plus.
Oh,
should be a television show.
Yeah, because we're still waiting on WandaVision to come out on Disney Plus and Falcon and Winter Soldier. They said Falcon Winter Soldier is supposed to be like a 6-hour. It's the way you're supposed to watch is like pretty much a 6-hour fucking movie. The way they directed it and made it.
A miniseries?
Yeah, that's supposed to be coming on Disney Plus whenever the Marvel Universe decides to drop their stuff on Disney Plus.
Well, Marvel fucked up because as soon as The Punisher came out and it was season 1 came out, they could have launched a Black Widow with the Punisher movie.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Like I'm upset that they canceled Daredevil. I really enjoyed Charlie Cox's Daredevil.
And they could have even done that pre-TV series, The Punisher. They could have done it based off of season 2 with the Punisher little bits that were in there. They could have thrown them two together, John Bernthal. Shit, I'd have went and watched that every day for a month.
Yeah, because I mean, I did. I enjoyed Netflix. I enjoyed Luke Cage. I really enjoyed Luke Cage. A lot of people had issues with it. I didn't give a fuck. I enjoyed the actor who played Luke Cage because that was pretty much who Luke Cage. In my eyes, he looked like Luke Cage.
When they did that flashback episode of the comics from the 70s, he was dead fit right for that part.
Yes.
I mean, it was perfect for Power Man. It was just legitimately to see it and have had the comics and then to see it on. I mean, yeah. I filled the cup.
I like Jessica Jones. I mean, I had a couple issues with Jessica Jones, but I enjoyed the shit out of it. I enjoyed it.
I only had to laugh because she was in Breaking Bad and was the junkie that OD'd.
Right, that was my whole thing. I'm like, damn, girl.
Yeah. I'm like, y'all couldn't find somebody maybe a little different. I mean, overall, I didn't have issues. Like, there was shit I didn't like on all of them. Kind of like how Iron Fist, it was basically like E.T. and Dirty Dancing.
Like Iron Fist for me was way too slow, and then when
Yeah,
we got
I
to,
mean,
like
we
your
saw
last
Daredevil.
season, it picked up, and I was like, "Well, what the fuck?" Like we finally now get to
I
it.
mean,
and I'm
Iron Fist, it bothered me. You know, it's like, why? And then what also bothered me is the team up show. I didn't watch it. The Defenders, like,
oh, Defenders, yeah.
how can you call it the Defenders without Doctor Strange?
Because he's an
Exactly.
Avenger.
They made references to like
Yeah.
Doctor
like,
Strange.
because at that
Yeah.
point in time, that was like when Avengers were doing shit, and they're like, "Oh, well, he's over," and you're like, "Okay, you guys referenced one of the movies. Okay, I can
But
see
they
how
dropped the ball. I mean,
Yeah,
they
they
massively
dropped it
did.
on that."
I
yeah,
mean,
Well-
the Defenders, and they could really, if they would have had Doctor Strange and
Like,
took
you tell
out
me you
Jessica,
couldn't have Benedict Cumberbatch just do like a couple
And
stand-ins
took
every
out-
once in a while he
yeah,
was
and
doing.
But isn't it a little
they-
too early in the time frame though? Isn't it just after like the first New York incident?
No, the Defenders were, in the comics, it was whoever Doctor Strange can get around, and in the original Defenders was Doctor Strange, the Silver Surfer,
Yep.
the Incredible Hulk, and the Submariner, which the Submariner was tied up in something else, and the Silver Surfer was tied up in Fox, properties,
Yep.
at the time. But also, who else was in Defenders? Is Luke Cage was at some point, and so was Iron Fist.
Yeah,
And they could have made that work. They didn't need to have the Incredible Hulk, and I think was Daredevil a Defender? I
yeah,
don't remember.
Daredevil. Yeah, Daredevil was a Defender.
Okay, they could have made that work. From what I know, Jessica Jones was never a Defender.
She was never a Defender, which kind of pissed me off. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, how the fuck did she become a Defender? I'm like, I remember reading the comic. She was not even a thought. Every once in a while, she would drop a dime and go, oh, yeah, here, I found some information.
because it was Marvel and everybody's in New York and everybody's gonna cross with each other.
Pretty much. But no, like I said,
okay with
Netflix
that
did
part.
really good. I mean, even Punisher, fuck man, god damn, even the actor who played Punisher, I liked him on The Walking Dead.
Yep, John Bernthal. Yep,
Fucking loved him as a
he's
Punisher.
staring at me right now as we're talking.
I was like, they need to give him another shot at a show, or give him a movie.
You know what would have been better, instead of calling it Defenders, throw Punisher in there and call it Marvel Knights.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
would have worked.
that's where honestly, I think that's where Netflix was going before Disney decided to buy it and go, oh, okay, here we go. We're gonna cancel all the high rating Netflix Marvel shows, and they're not even putting them on Disney Plus, which pisses me off.
Well, because it's family friendly. I mean, it should either go on Disney Plus or Hulu, which the rumor is all the stuff that isn't family friendly will wind up on Hulu because they just bought out NBC's share of Hulu, and now Hulu is 100% owned by Disney.
Yeah, it pisses me off because it's like, okay, I'm paying for Disney Plus, Hulu, and like ESPN Plus. I have that bundle.
Right.
So it's like, okay, if I'm gonna sign up for Disney Plus and you're telling me I get the whole Marvel Cinematic Universe, you barely just dropped, what was it, Infinity War on Disney Plus, because in order for me to watch Infinity War, I'd have to watch it on Netflix and then switch to Disney Plus and watch Endgame. Like, if you go on Netflix right now, they still have a bunch of Disney flicks.
Is Infinity War on Disney Plus?
Yeah, they just added it last week.
Oh.
Like, it was like the same time they added Hamilton. I'm like,
yeah, it was.
I was very excited to see Hamilton, though. That was very good. I'm not gonna lie.
So I had to, since you're speaking about it too, and it's the Daredevil.
See, man, dude, like I said, Charlie Cox was a really good fucking Daredevil.
Oh, he was awesome.
He was badass. And even the actress who played Karen Page, because I liked her on True Blood, was awesome, Karen Page.
Yeah, well, fuck yeah. Best part was I'd seen her naked before. True Blood.
Right? Right? It's like, if y'all
you didn't have to wonder what those titties
like,
look
we all
like.
saw her.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you guys what you should probably take a look at. It was a made-for-TV movie. It was called Trial of the Incredible Hulk.
Yep.
Okay.
It had Daredevil in it, and it was Bill Bixby, Lou Ferrigno.
Yep.
Character. Daredevil was in it. The Matt Murdock. I forget who played him. Stan Lee made a cameo in that movie.
Fuck yes.
Yeah, for his first Marvel cameo ever.
Oh my
And,
god.
And the guy who played the Kingpin, I thought that was hilarious too.
Yeah. Like, you know, even that you mentioned that, even the dude who played the Kingpin in this Daredevil, I forget his name. I always see him on like Law and Order and shit.
Oh, bloody the Private Pile from fucking Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah. Or yeah, he even played a kick-ass Kingpin.
Something D'Onofrio, isn't it?
Don't get me wrong, Michael Clark Duncan to me was looked like Kingpin. You know what I mean? Because he's a big motherfucker.
Oh yeah, it was Brian. It was Rex. It was Rex Smith that played Matt Murdock in the TV show or in the movie.
Okay.
And then the other one was I actually liked was Return of the Incredible Hulk, where he teams up with Thor.
Mm-hmm.
And it was my favorite scene of that movie because of the investigator Jack McGee is still trying to find the Hulk, and he goes to his apartment where he thinks he is, and then Thor opens the door and he's got like a towel around his waist. It's like, I'm looking for a man. It's like, I say you found one. It was hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
To see like Thor in a towel drinking a mug of beer, telling Jack McGee the investigator to basically go F off. I mean, he didn't say that, but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was hilarious. It was a very comical scene. And then when the helicopter's flying away, like taking like something or the Hulk's girl or something, he's like roaring, and then Thor's like sitting there. It's like, yeah, and he starts roaring too. It's like Thor's a big dummy in that movie too. It's just hilarious. And what I really liked about it is Lou Ferrigno at the time was in one of the best shapes of his life, and he's so much more ripped than he was in the previous TV show.
Yeah, he was big. Yeah, he was a lot bigger.
Oh yeah.
Hey, MC.
Morning.
What's up, MC?
Oh shit! Why am I stuck on? Oh, because I was showing you guys the fucking figure. My fault. My fault. Well, I like so that was like one thing that I treated myself to because they had them at GameStop like a long time ago, and I had gotten. No, I took in a bunch of old games and shit. Like I had this GameStop gift card for forever, and all of a sudden, the TV series or that was Daredevil. So that season, that was season 2. Yeah, season 2 came out, and they had that bit in there, and that's what that was from. And they made that statue, and I'm like, fuck off, I'm getting that. So that's what I bought. I was like, hell yeah, and I never took it out of the box, as you could tell. I was like, nope, that ain't coming out of the box. It's staying in the box.
Like, I have my little Star Trek Enterprise Hot Wheels. That's not coming out of the box.
Mm-hmm.
Well, speaking of outdated Marvel movies, did any of you guys see the 1981 version of the Punisher?
Yes.
Yeah, with Dolph Lundgren.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh man, that was something else.
That was a nice piece of art, I should say.
What was the one they did in the late 90s? Because I actually preferred that one. I know I'm going to be fucking made a pariah out of that one.
No, there was 2 of them because they did the first one and the second one, and they had different actors for both of them. It was like, good lord.
John Travolta played the bad guy in the second one?
Yep. Not in the first one. In the first one, John Travolta was the bad guy. In the second one, it was somebody else. 2004 had... Who's the fucking... Come on, you POS. The 2004 film, of course, was based on the comics as well. Thomas Jane, John Travolta, Will Patton.
Yeah, so sure he was the bad guy in the second one as well. Oh, well, there you go.
And then, the second one was supposed to be like a war zone. 2008, Punisher Warzone. So, so 04 and 08 were the 2. And, of course, they had different actors. for all
Shit,
of
I thought
that.
they were older.
Which threw me off. I was like, if you're gonna have the Punisher, just let him play the Punisher, dude.
Thomas Jane was good. I enjoyed his representation of the
I
Punisher.
thought it was good.
Yeah, I didn't have any issues. I thought Travolta as the bad guy was great, especially the way they ended it.
It reminded me of his Swordfish character.
Mm-hmm. And then Ray Stevenson played the Punisher in the Warzone movie. I mean, overall, I mean, they were all, you know what? John Berthal said it best. He's like, you know, he paid respect to the movies, to the previous movies, to, you know, Dolph Lundgren even. You know, the dude was just humble to have the part, and he did great. Yeah, because Jigsaw was played by Dominic West. That was the bad guy in the second movie. But yeah, I mean, you know, it literally the first one though with Dolph. It's been so many years since I saw it, but yeah, it was just that awful bad movie back in
Very
the day.
gritty.
Like, oh,
very gritty.
yeah.
Certainly not a film you want to show the kids.
No, him fucking naked in the sewer and shit. You know, you're like, wait a minute. But when they did the one in 04, I like the way that they made Frank be smart, you know, and he gets it so that Travolta thinks that his best friend who's gay is sleeping with his wife, so he kills his best friend, you know, and all that shit. It was just great. I'm like, okay.
Oh yeah, like total mind games.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, for the time that, you know, I have the soundtrack for that movie. I was just like, all right, you know, hell yeah. But yeah, it wasn't a bad movie. And I mean, even the second one, I mean, there were bits in it where you're like, come on, really? But I mean, at the end of the day, they were all pretty good movies. But when we got this TV show, even before the Punisher TV series, when we got the Punisher in Daredevil, like that right there, I'm sitting there watching that going, now this is the shit I've been waiting on for 30 years. This is what I've been waiting to see. And I really enjoyed it. And even though the second season wasn't as good as the first, because the first by far was really good. I mean, you had your little SJW moments in the first season. People don't seem to remember that, but it does happen. It's a very small part with the veteran guy that wasn't a veteran, because that was very SJW bullshitty kind of a thing to do. But at the end of the day, throughout that whole first season, I really liked it. The second season had bits and pieces where it's like, all right, whatever. But overall, it was pretty good for a second season. You know, it was season one. I loved, you know, like that was an A. Season two, I'd have gave it like a B plus. You know, there was certain elements that were kind of like, whatever. You know, when they made the guy be religious, that it was the bad guy. So then they're like, oh, it's religion versus, it really wasn't. You know, oh, it's a little soy based. No, not really. Not by the means of things that we've seen since, anyway, such as, you know, the rise of Soy Walker. Thanks, Disney. But yeah, you know, hey, they brought us together, Chef. That's all I can say. That's the one good thing that came out of Disney fucking, you know, Star Wars up. So many big channels and whatnot. Yeah, I found big channels because of that, but, you know, with Brian and finding you and Fart, you know, all together, that's how a lot of us met each other, was over Disney fucking up Star Wars. So,
Yeah.
You know.
Thank you, Disney.
Thank you, Disney.
Thank you, J.J. Abrams. Hey, did anybody see that new Charlize Theron movie, The Old Guard, yet on Netflix?
Like,
I heard it's pretty fucking good.
I don't have Netflix. I have Hulu, but I don't have the Netflix.
Yeah, it's like some badass combat shit. Like, it's an action flick. So it's like, I guess it's supposed to go in theaters, of course, you know, and then they're like, well, since COVID, let's put it on Netflix.
Right.
So,
see, if they just put it on Amazon, I'd be happy. I've got Prime, so I get video free.
Right. There is a show I need to watch on Amazon. I keep forgetting the name of it. But it's got like Al Pacino, and it takes place like back in like World War II era or some shit.
Wait a minute, is that the... No, I was thinking of something else. Is that... No, I was thinking of another one. I was thinking of the George Clooney one.
Yeah,
Al Pacino in World War II.
Yeah, it's a show on Disney. Not Disney, but on fucking Amazon Prime.
I don't think Pacino did a Disney movie in his life.
Right, that's what I was gonna say. I haven't seen Al Pacino in a Disney movie. I don't think we'll ever see him in.
Right.
Like, if we did, then something's wrong with Disney.
No. When Disney buys Universal,
Oh my god!
no.
Don't put that in Disney's head.
Well, there was a time when the guy from Comcast had an opportunity to buy Disney, but they were a couple million shy, or the shareholders would not approve that price,
Yeah.
and they're kind of kicking themselves because they would have had it, and they would have had Fox too, possibly.
Yeah, no
I don't know,
shit.
it would have been different, but because of the whole bidding war from Disney to Fox, between Disney and Comcast to buy Fox. You know what? And part of me was actually rooting for Comcast just so there'd be some more competition.
Yeah.
Could've been nice.
Even though I hate NBC with a passion.
Oh yeah, they're getting ready to launch their new streaming, the Peacock, in like 3 days.
They're calling it the Peacock.
Yeah, dude, they call it the Peacock.
How long is that going to last?
God, sounds like a male strip club.
Mhm.
Yeah. I literally saw that and I was like, oh wow, they're calling it the Peacock. I'm like, I cannot wait.
Oh gosh, I can't wait for the memes.
Exactly. I was like, so many people are gonna have memes. So many people are gonna be like, this is offensive. You need to change your name.
Well, the thing that still pisses me off is we used to have all those channels free, free to air, basically. You put your little rabbit ears and shit, and then they went digital, so you get fuck all for free now. And it's like, why should I have to pay for a fucking app for a channel that should be free in the first fucking place?
For real.
Yeah.
You
Well,
dickhead.
CBS All Access. What kind of bullcrap? Scam is that?
Oh, my
Like,
mom.
I did get CBS all. I did do that though, Brian, but that was just to catch up on. There was a couple shows my wife wanted to finish, and then like the last season of Blue Bloods I wanted to finish, and there was a show called Man with a Plan with Matthew LeBlanc that was funnier than fuck that I never got to finish back when I walked away from cable. So like we got X amount of time free, and like I missed like being an idiot that I am, I forgot to click, cancel. So like I had to pay for a month. But yeah, it's like what, $6 for a month. And I'm like,
the only reason why I got CBS All Access was because I was gonna watch Star Trek Picard, just because I was gonna do a review for it. And then I let my mom borrow it because she watched The Good Fight, that show that was, I guess, on CBS, and then they switched it over to the streaming service, so that was the only time you could watch it. But now my mom's pissed because I let it go, because I was like, yeah, I'm not spending, CBS is not getting my money for this stupid bullshit called Star Trek Lower Decks.
Right.
Well, I don't know why you just don't go on Put Locker or 123 Movies. Like, you get everything. You don't have to worry about them rotating things and scheduling and all this kind of crap. And it's free.
I'll tell you one thing. You guys should look into is Pluto, the Pluto app, or Tubi. Or get both. They're both free.
Yeah, Tubi's free. I've used that one before.
Yeah, I think I got that one on my laptop when I traveled.
Pluto has what's called the AMC channel on there, except for the only things you'll get is like a 2-hour block of Into the Badlands, 2-hour block of The Walking Dead, and a 2-hour block of Halt and Catch Fire. But really, that's kind of all you go to AMC for.
I stopped watching AMC after that show Turn ended, because it was all about George Washington.
Yeah, the Turncoat.
Yeah, Into the Badlands is a good show.
I watched that on Netflix. I'll catch up on that on Netflix when they drop the whole season, because I like to binge watch it. You ain't
lying. That's how I caught up on Walking Dead. Like the last bit of Walking Dead I saw was when they did the Whispers and Jesus died, and I'm like, what the fuck? And it was a mid-season finale, and that's when I didn't have cable anymore. And then all of a sudden it was on, Netflix, and I'm like, all right, bet, because I did do so to catch up on. Oh man, Trailer Park Boys. Like I did have Netflix for a month or two, and then I dropped it. And I think my wife has it, but she's horrible with like fucking usernames and passwords and shit. So like she has it on her shit, but I don't have it. She can't remember her shit, and I'm like, okay. So you've got my Hulu up there. You've got, well, actually, it's my brother. You've got my Amazon Prime up there, along with all the other shit that I'm paying for. I'm like, you can share your, Netflix. That's all I need. Netflix, share your Netflix,
Yeah.
or cancel
But
your
also-
shit, and I'll pay for it. And then we can all watch it.
Also on Pluto, there's something called the Flicks of Fury channel, which is all like kung fu movies.
Right.
And then there's like a horror channel or a cult films classic, and well, I don't know if it's still there. They had a James Bond movie channel, and then of course Comedy Central's there, and then they have a whole channel dedicated to Tosh.0. And it's a good place to get free stuff, but Tubi, that's where it's at, because you can get all 3 seasons of the 1980s Transformers.
Yeah.
And G.I. Joe.
Hey, I cheated, bro. I was watching that shit on YouTube because Hasbro's on YouTube.
Yeah, and they got G.I. Joe on a loop. I've been watching it.
G.I. Joe, He-Man, all the classics and shit. I mean, I could just walk my fat, lazy ass downstairs because I do have like all the Transformers TV series down there, and I got a lot of stuff on DVD, but I'm lazy. I do enjoy.
No one's got.
I just introduced my nephew to Batman the Animated Series because I got the DC Universe app,
Mm-hmm.
and so
He's trying to get me to sign up for that.
Oh man, they've got all. The only reason why I got it was because I wanted to watch. There were certain like Justice League movies that I haven't seen, but oh my god, it's the best thing because now it's like I don't really have to go through my comic book collection to go find a good comic book to read because why, they're all right there on the app.
Right.
Oh, did you watch the New Frontier at all?
No. Wait.
Okay. Yeah, the Justice League New Frontier. That's a really good one. The only thing is, once you hear Batman's voice,
no, not yet. It's on my list.
It's like, this is weird because it's not voiced by Kevin Conroy.
Oh,
that's
gotcha.
the only spoiler I'm going to give to you on that movie, but it is good. It is a good one. You'll enjoy it.
Shit. So you can even read. That's pretty badass. I just checked it out when you were talking about, Chef. That's kind of cool. You can just go there and read the comics. That's
yeah.
badass.
It's like automatic. Like you can add it to your library and all that stuff. And like the cool thing is like as you read comics and as you watch like movies, episodes, you gain points. And so you can make up like, because right now my background is like the official Batcave because I racked up enough points to have it as a background. But it's fun because like they're getting ready to do their virtual Comic Con and all that. So if you're a subscriber, you get like all the cool shit.
No, Pete said that he's read all the old Detective comics already.
Yeah, because they have them all, like literally every Detective comic, anything. Because I'm like literally rereading.
If you don't mind me asking, what run does it run? About what does it cost a month?
I pay for, because there's 2 tiers.
Okay.
So I pay for like the lowest tier, which is like $6 a month.
Okay, gotcha.
And it's like commercial free. It's commercial free. You get the whole DC universe plus comics and everything else.
That is fucking badass. I'm gonna check it out. Now you got
because I just rewatched The Death of Superman. Fuck.
Mm-hmm.
And then they got a couple. They got a Batman Gotham by Gaslight, which kind of takes place in the Jack the Ripper era. That was fucking good. That was I want to
see Ninja Batman. That's the one.
That one's good. That one's on the app too, bro.
So I want to see Porn Star Batman.
Hush.
Of course you do, but you're an Aussie, so I mean we're used to that. You just want big tits and because bravo, by the way, for your flashing last night. I did see that much farty.
You have farty.
Hey.
When you flashed the camera.
Oh yeah, I thought that was a little longer than the other than just last night. I must do that more often than I think.
You could, but you don't normally go on camera, mate. So that's why I was saying bravo.
Oh, I got no aversion to going on camera. Just don't seem to think that I should subject your audience to my fucking horrific face every time.
I'm just saying, man. I mean, normally you don't go on camera that much, but last night, all of a sudden, I see you and you're waving and you're talking to the girls. And next thing you know, there's your titties. It's like, oh, and then Steph comes back. You're like, I missed it, and you gave it to her again. And see, since we're here, you had to bring it up and say bravo. Because I laughed my ass off. You ended up making me laugh so bad, I just couldn't. I was like, holy shit, you go, Farty. You go.
Well,
I am supposed to be a comedian. I'm going to make you laugh once every while.
my phone, for whatever reason, just decided it wanted to go the dimmest screen setting ever. And I thought my phone, like, crapped out. It's like, wait a minute. And then it had, like, 0%. It's like, how'd this happen? And I realized that my cord for my headset, it's made out of the same material as a stylus. So
Okay.
because it does do that from time to time, like it will click on stuff if I'm not careful, if I'm not watching it. But okay, here's a settled debate, and I just want to get you guys' opinion.
Yeah.
Who's stronger and who's better, Aquaman or the Submariner?
Ooh.
Frank Castle.
He said Frank Castle.
Well, he's not a choice.
The kid from the Diary of a Wimpy Kid?
No. The Aquaman or the Submariner?
Well, wouldn't the correct answer be Brie Larson?
Yeah, I was gonna say
Captain Marvel?
Is Captain Marvel.
I think the most correct answer is doesn't matter either way, we're screwed.
Actually, you know, I'd probably say Aquaman.
And why would that be?
Because he's more popular.
Yeah, which Aquaman era are you discussing? Because if you're going to say Jason Momoa era, then there you go. If you go back to the Smallville dude that played Aquaman, he was pretty badass in the TV series.
That's true.
If we're talking comics, you know, not to make it too hard on you, Brian, but I mean, clarify a little. I mean, what genre, or are we just overall?
Overall.
Then I'd have to say Aquaman's had way more spotlight.
Yeah.
Well, I'd say way more spotlight, but who's better? Who's like fit? Who would win?
Oh, well, fit. Like if we're talking fit, like wise, it would be the Submariner. That dude's fucking jacked. Yeah.
Let's see who did it first.
I mean, when you can go toe to toe with the Incredible Hulk, I'm sorry, Submariner.
Right?
Yeah.
That was actually a really good fucking comic to read. I was like, they're really gonna do it.
Yeah, toe to toe with the Incredible Hulk. That's the measuring stick.
I mean, could
I
you
don't think
imagine going
Aquaman
toe to toe with the Incredible Hulk? Like,
did Aquaman even attempt to go toe to toe with Superman?
He didn't get out of the water.
No.
Oh, there you go.
He wouldn't get out of the water. Like, you come in my playground.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Superman would still whoop him underwater.
Oh, hell yeah, he would.
Oh, hell yeah. Any day.
Without
I mean, that was my point. Yeah.
Dude, I gotta ask that question at work, man.
What,
That'll be a good.
off?
Yeah, because that'd be a good conversation. That'd be a great argument too.
It is. It is. And of course, my favorite is okay. Who's better, Superman or Goku?
Yeah.
My answer is Superman because he could breathe in space.
Yeah, dude, Superman's the shit. And he's got that really cool curl. Just saying.
But I'll tell you who could beat Superman. The Silver Surfer.
Dude, Silver Surfer. That's the one movie I really wish they would have made.
Oh, yeah. They messed up on Silver Surfer.
Like, what was it? The Fantastic Four Rise of the Silver Surfer? That just
was
horrible.
Okay, but speaking of said movie, and then before I do that, so yeah, of course, for those that don't know, they did have quite a few Fantastic Four movies. Of course, the most famous ones were the ones that were done back in the 90s with, Chris Evans as Johnny. Then he became Captain America.
Before he became Captain America, he was Johnny Storm.
He was Johnny Storm. And I will say, I still to this day, when they all powerful superhero women, blah, 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 an old race, nobody got pissed off when, and I can't think of her fucking name. I was stalling trying to remember her name.
Jessica Alba?
Thank you. Jessica Alba, who played, the Invisible Woman, who was white in the comics. She's not very white, and nobody complained. Did you hear anybody complain? I didn't hear anybody complain.
Jessica Alba.
And both those movies weren't that bad. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean,
Michael Chiklis played a really cool thing. I ain't gonna lie.
Yes, he did. Brent, you played a very good thing because I know you're not in here because you're on the Discord chatting with everybody. But since that's who you look like, as Michael Chiklis, that you played great as the Thing. I enjoyed the first movie. The second movie with the Silver Surfer, they could have done a lot more. But then again, look at the time frame that we're talking about in the 90s when this stuff was coming out. So I mean,
well,
I
the
get
fact
it.
that they made Galactus a cloud.
Yeah.
That was probably one of the most disappointing things. Like, I could probably forgive all of it if they would have had Galactus be Galactus. And
Right.
I thought, okay, yeah, wait till Galactus shows up. Wait till Galactus shows up. It's a freaking cloud. Like, what am I doing? Watching James and the Giant Peach? No.
Maybe you could have been. I mean, were you on Disney?
No. Watch.
But I mean, but yeah, I mean, because let's see, that was what? That was 94. So yeah, the first one was in 94. Is that right?
Actually, the first one was unpublished, and someone got the bootleg copy. We watched it on a watch party on Jesse's channel.
Yeah.
You want to talk about cheese and cringe? It was still probably the best one out of.
Yep. Yeah, because there's the 94 one. Yeah, the unreleased Roger Kermit. Yeah. So there was that one. And then so that shit was 94. So yeah. I mean, outside of cartoons and what, then so 2005 was when we finally had Jessica Alba and everybody. So, and that, like I said, I don't think for 05 that was that horrible. That same thing. 07. I mean, they could have done better with graphics, but then again, we were still coming of age on graphics at that time frame. I mean, let's see, X-Men was 99, 2000 time frame. But yeah, overall, I mean, I saw that new one. When the hell was that new one?
Oh, Dark Phoenix. Are you talking about the Fantastic Four?
The Fantastic Four one that came out, the last one.
Oh, I didn't watch that piece of shit. I heard it was
the abortion of cinema.
Fan Four Stick.
Yes, Fan Four Stick.
Yeah, I heard it was horrible.
So I think it was 2015.
Abortion of cinema.
Yeah, it's even on Hulu right now or some shit.
It is on. Well, you can't watch it for free, but it's on.
They should pay people to watch it, in my opinion.
Yeah, right. Pay people.
I didn't know what the fuck I was watching. Like, I was at a hotel and in the hotel room and it had already started. So I sat down and I started watching it and I'm like, all right, it's $4 on Netflix. Fuck that. Oh no, wait, that's Hulu. But yeah, I'm like, okay, it starts and I'm watching it. I'm like, what the hell? This is like a bad sci-fi movie, right? I'm like, I might watch. So I'm sitting there watching it, and I had no idea what it was till later on when I'm like, wait a minute, because it was one of those where you're kind of watching it but not watching it, like on the computer doing work while you're watching it. It's like I'm listening to it, and I'm kind of watching it, and doing work, and I'm watching it, and doing work, and I'm like, wow, well, this is my version of the Fantastic Four. Well, I don't want your version. I want the Fantastic Four, but I still will back those. The one from '94. I will still back the ones from the early 2000s. I'd rather watch those than the shit that they came out with lately.
I want to see the Invisible Girl all naked when she figures out, oh, I don't have clothes. It's like, yep.
Well, back then, that would have been unshaven.
What?
Well, if she's an invisible girl, she can make her hairs disappear. I think.
Mhm.
There you go.
How are you gonna
But-
shave when you can't see them?
Right?
But I was gonna say that I think The Incredibles was the best Fantastic Four movie we never had.
Yes, hands down. Even The Incredibles 2 with Jack when he gets his powers.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna lie, I enjoyed The Incredibles 2.
I never
It
saw the
wasn't
second
bad.
one. I've seen the first one.
Oh my god, the second one is awesome when Jack gets his powers and they're all trying to figure it out. Holy shit. Especially when he gets angry. You'll fucking love that when he gets angry.
Yeah,
Adam.
so the way I see it, Incredibles 2 is like the Fantastic Four if Super Skrull was a good guy.
Yes.
That's the best way I can describe it.
Oh yeah. Well, hey, that DC thing you were talking about, you get a 7-day free trial, so that's cool.
Yeah, you get a 7-day free trial just to test it out. You know, see if you like it or whatnot. And then after 7 days, they'll give you the option to either yay or nay.
Do they have gift cards?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't
'Cause
see
that's-
it yet, Brian, but I mean, I just had to put in my information and whatnot, and it's like $7.99 plus tax. Join now, 7 days free trial. Didn't really because we were doing the stream, so I kind of just typed it in if we were doing stuff, and then was like, all right, put it in the background. And I finally kind of paid attention to it, where I'm like, oh yeah, but I was like, that's not still $8. That's not bad.
Yeah,
Because, I mean,
$8 for
I'm
everything.
pissed off because WWE Network used to be $9.99 a month, and it was legitimately $9.99 a month. There's no tax. Now they're
Right,
charging you tax on all these apps.
They just came out with a bunch of new issues, so it's like it's already on the DC app before it hits
Yeah.
the comic book stores.
All right. Hey guys, I'm gonna go ahead and bounce out. We gotta run some errands. Thanks for having me on, Adam.
Yeah, man. Anytime.
Thank you,
Thanks for jumping in. Like I said, this was just kind of an improv thing when I mentioned, hey, you guys want to stream? And, Doku wanted to rant. I'm like, all right. And I wanted to get Chef on here just because, I wanted to talk because I haven't been able to get with everybody for a while. I keep missing, Fridays with working and shit and the weekends. So I'm thinking maybe we had talked about doing a thing on Thursdays. But yeah, go do your shit, bro. By all means, thank you so much for jumping in, man. I really do
No
greatly
problem,
appreciate
man.
it, Brian.
No problem. All right. Well, I'll talk to you guys later. You guys have a great day.
You too,
All right,
buddy.
see you, man.
All right. Good night.
Night. But yeah, that's the thing. I was like, you know what? I got nothing going. I mean, the dogs have been awesome. Like, they're not going nuts yet. I mean, they did a couple times. That's why I was muted so long, which, Jeff, I knew you knew that, and everybody else should have known that. It's like, yeah, if I'm muted, there's usually a reason, and that would be it because the dogs are going ape shit crazy. But yeah, I was actually hoping that Jez and the guys, some of them might have jumped in, but they, Jez wasn't on, but he is now. But like Brett and Nerd and those guys, but yeah, they didn't. That's okay because this was a stream I set up Wednesday. I was going to do a stream because Jez from Digital Pollution wasn't, and then Cub went and did his, so I was in the chat. But I had this one set up just in case. Since that's why it's worldwide hangout. But you know what, Farty, you saved the day because you made it worldwide, buddy.
Worldwide.
It's worldwide hangout because that's what I do. It's I do the Frank Hands Tina stuff sometimes, and I'm always trying to come up with something to do. I know Peabody's up, but he's claiming it's raining and he can't hear shit, so that's why he hasn't jumped in. I did send him the link so he could jump in, but the Cobber is apparently not able to quite yet. But yeah, it's literally one of those where it's like, I don't got nothing else going on. With everything that had happened, I really wanted to talk with Chef. I mean, I could have texted him. I was like, this is always more fun. And when you're like, hey, I want to stream. And I'm like, I figured you might want to because when I was reading the stuff that, happened with you at work and you ended up getting today off and I felt bad.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. That was a fun
day
yesterday. That was a fun day yesterday.
And I was like, I had the feeling maybe you wanted to rant. And I'm like, you know what? Shit. You know what? I'm going to do a stream tonight after I get, today.
It was like yesterday. I mean, I'm just doing my thing. We were busy. It was like I got my one coworker. He just decided he was having a bad day because he decided he's quitting caffeine. So he like literally went from like 12 shots of espresso a day to like nothing, which is understandable. You know, I get you're gonna be crabby. I get you're gonna be bitchy. But the previous day, Thursday, I was off. So, of course, there's no prep or nothing that was going to get done because I wasn't there. And then he wants to proceed to be pissed off all day yesterday and go, you didn't do this, you didn't do that. And I said, well, you could have done it. And then he said what he said. Which I won't repeat. And then I decided to go, oh, yeah? We were nose to nose by the time my boss was like, okay, this is a problem. I was like, fucking damn right it's a problem. All those piece of shit's trying to tell me I belong in the kitchen and do my fucking job like in the I was like, no. It's like, yep. So my boss decided to give me today off, like take an extra day. I was like, cool.
Yeah, twist my arm. Go ahead.
I ain't gonna tell you no. It's like I go back to work tomorrow. He's not there tomorrow. That's why I know she gave me the day off because it's just Friday. I go tomorrow. He's not there. We'll try again Tuesday.
Mm-hmm. Well, at the end of the day, that's the worst thing you can tell somebody. That's your job to be. And wait a minute, motherfucker. I was off the day before. How's it?
Yeah, I love it because he's like, you left the prep. I was like, there was nothing on my prep list, bro. I was like, I did everything. I was like, I even told you where everything was. I told you what we had and what we didn't have because I was waiting on for certain shit. You know, he proceeded to poke the bear, and I'm like, dude, I'm not for it. I'm not for it.
Mm-hmm. No, fuck that.
It's like I get it. Like we're all at my job. We're all kind of like on edge because we've been working for months and we don't know what's gonna happen. Especially with our state, are we going to shut down? And if we shut down, are we going to do it where no restaurants are open or whatnot? So we're all kind of like on edge. We all need a break. I get it. But goddamn.
Well, you've been working 6 days a week for a grip.
Yeah, I've been working 6 days a week since the quarantine started, which is we're like, 4 months in, 5 months?
Yeah, February.
6 months, 7 months now.
Yeah, so I've literally been working 6 days a week since the quarantine. And it's like,
that gets old real quick, doesn't it?
Right? And it's like, and some people wonder, why you got such an attitude? It's like, motherfucker, you work 6 days a week and have 1 day off and do everything you can in 1 day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then fucking First Fleet wondered why I was a cranky cunt all the time.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, I'll be cranky, but you know what? This is why I stream. It's like, fuck.
Yeah, I still do the job. Just let me fucking have a sook.
Yeah. Yeah. Because, I mean, there's like, you know, my boss wants to give us time off, but, you know, she's worried that, you know, our fucking dumbass governor is going to fucking shut shit down. Again and blah, 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 blah. I'm just like, dude, just shut down the state. It's like, we're not having baseball come here because MLB is like doing God knows what. We're getting 60 games. It's not even worth it.
Well, if they were to legitimately stake the state bullshit off for a month, you know, just be like, no, we're done. Same shit that poor, you know, Farty had to deal with, or Peabody, where all of a sudden, like, everything's going good. Then they allow these fuckers back in the country that have COVID, and then there's new numbers because they imported the shit in. It's like, no, fuck off. You had your chance to come home. You didn't come home. Fuck you.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened. It was like our state, as soon as it opened back up, it was like, oh, and then we had our fire, and then people evacuated, and it's like, okay, fire's done. It's like, oh, but it's the summer. The Salt River's open. Certain lakes and rivers are open. Let's all go travel. And it's like,
We got a new one coming here at the moment. Fucking fuck my head.
Well, that's why you're here, because you're fucked in the head.
You know, something that just happened here too. Fucking hell. Never mind, keep talking. I'll probably remember it later.
Right. Maybe Peabody will type something and you'll be like, that's what it was. Yeah, because the last he was telling me was the towers and the people that were upset about that bullshit, and that's the last I heard. I haven't talked to him in a couple days. And then because you and I had that fun where we were. Goddamn! See, now I'm having a you moment. I can't remember. We partied for a bit there online last week or this week or whenever the hell that was, that we got to hang out and have fun and then shoot another stream and just hang out, and then so that was a blast. And then see, I get fucked because it's like Fridays I got to make sure I'm in bed at a decent time, because if not, then I won't want to go to sleep, which means I won't want to get up and go to work, which means but I don't know. I'm feeling the need of retirement again, because I do volunteer there, and I'm just getting tired of working. It's going on, like a year and a half, and it's just like I don't know. I kind of miss being able just to do what I want when I want, just YouTube when I want, and like Friday nights, man. It sucked kind of trying to catch up on what I missed, throughout the weekend, especially when it comes to Exile. It's like, man, I'd like to be a part of that. And hang out with everybody, because when the COVID shit happened, it was great. That's why I was there all the time,
Right?
I'm like the only sober motherfucker in a room of drunk people. You know how fun that is when you're the only sober person? Like, it's like, all right.
You remember things.
Well, yeah. It's like, all right. I write notes in the chat. All right. Clip. So I know the time frame that I want to find what it is that I want to clip for a soundboard. It's like, yep, clip. Yep. Frank wants salty goodness. He would suck steaming right now. Yep, clip, save, But yeah, all joking aside, it's great. Why, and we've all hung out and had a blast, and it's like, okay, cool. With the horse shit from last night, not talking about you, Farty, but just I don't get it, because I'm sitting there watching the replays and then the ending, and I'm like, I don't understand what I'm like, what the frick did I miss? Because something, it's like, this isn't adding up at all. And the amount of hatred that was thrown in the wrong directions was just sad, to say the least. And I won't even
hang on. I can't remember. Did you hang around till right at the end, till when we went off air?
I didn't. I wasn't there at all. Like, I was at the beginning of the first stream. I was in the chat, and then I went to bed.
Yeah, he wasn't there for like you and.
No, I wasn't. Like,
did you tell him? Did you tell him? Did Carol tell you what exactly?
Notes. I gave him the clip notes. I didn't. I
got cliff notes, Farty, like, because I'm one of those guys where it's like.
Did you hear about the event, like the second we fucking cut off air?
Yeah, she was
cool.
Yeah. Steph explained it to me, because I was lost, because I'm like, wait a minute. I watched the show, and then I see I see Chef's upset, and that's my key thing. I'm like, all right, time out. What the fuck? And then I see Frank was upset, and I'm like, what is going on? I don't pay attention to Twitter. I know you don't have a Twitter, Farty, but like, I'm there only to do, like, when I'm promoting the streams, it's basically just for self-promotion, giggity, and, sending DMs and stuff to people that, like, that don't have Discord or don't have my cell number, that kind of shit. So it's like, all right, I really don't Twitter much, except for, if we're out streaming, all right. Like I tagged it earlier where it was me, Chef, and Doku going live. Then when Brian and you jumped in, even though you don't have a Twitter, I still put down, Fadi Van Boomstuka. I was like, all right, on with da-da-da-da. And that's what I use it for. But I don't read the shit, the twats on the Twitter. I don't care, twats on the twatter, and all the craziness that goes. I use it for self-promotion and self-promotion only. And or every morning I do the group chat that Brian made, good morning, everybody. I usually try to wait later because I know Chef's 3 hours behind me, and when I'm up at 5 a.m. going to work, there's no point in me putting shit in the chat. I could, but I usually wait till later and then, catch back up. And that's how this all happened, was me going, well, who wants to stream? And Doku did, and Chef did. She's like, I got some shit going on. I'm like, oh, I just got home. Like, I got up at 5. I worked till 10:30, basically, came home. I was sitting down, having a smoke, relaxing, when, you know, you guys said, yeah, we want to. And you're like, you need time. And I'm like, I still got to do my dogs, you know? So it's like, and then from the point in time where I said, I'm getting off here to do the dogs till I wrote something else, that was me sitting back down again, eating a sandwich. Cause that's when I tagged you. And I was just like, yeah, I went simple. I just made a ham sandwich, you know, a ham and salami sandwich with Swiss cheddar and on potato bread. And I had not stopped till I sat down with my sandwich and sent that message from when I left.
Peabody's come through, and he did in fact come through and remind me. Yeah, that was the thing. Yeah. So all the people that are coming in from overseas at the moment are getting chucked in hotels, and it's a free thing for 14 days. You get a hotel for 14 days in quarantine, and these aren't like your fucking your comfort inns or your fucking Formula Ones or anything like that. These are like your Ridges, your Hyatts, your Hiltons, your fucking Intercontinentals. They're all the 5-star joints, and these cunts are going into these like they were getting off cruise ships and getting into these hotels, and they were complaining about how it was such a fucking hovel and it was third world conditions and I can't get my special shampoos and stuff, and I'll suck it the fuck up. So now would have been the best time to come here because you would have got 2 weeks free off the government in a 5-star hotel in a major city. The only problem is you wouldn't be able to leave, but hey, you're in a 5-star hotel. Whoopie-doo. Now, at the end of this week, it's going to end. It's going to cost everybody who's coming in here an extra $3,000 to come in.
Wow.
Oh my God.
That's going to have to happen sometime because, well, like if we get it like open the floodgates and 2 billion tourists start coming in here and all this kind of stuff, well, we don't have the hotels to put them in to start with, and sure, shit, we don't have the money to fucking pay for that.
No shit. And there's the man I was talking about at the beginning of the show with Doku and Chef and everybody, Mr. Shellback TJC. Great, awesome fella. Always fun when he's about. You know, it's literally one of those things where that's what set me the fuck off yesterday and wanted to talk about some shit. Yeah, you know, we know you want to go back to Australia, man. It was as simple as I was on a video with Nerd yesterday. I missed Shellback had done a video, and so I caught his video later. And it made me sad because I understood what he was talking about, and you know, made me upset and sad too to see the frustration that was going because he's a friend of mine. You know, I mean, granted, we've never met and we don't always catch streams and stuff. All because once again, time zones are a bitch. I mean, it's worse with you fucking Aussies. Don't get me wrong, but it is. I mean, you know. Because they've got 3 different time zones, Chef. There's 3 of them. There's not, it's not like just one. There's
when my brother was stationed over there, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Calling me at weird ass fucking times. I'm like, do you know what fucking time it is?
There's actually 4 because when daylight savings hits, it's uneven. Yeah. So there's a couple of states on the East Coast that don't do it until a couple of weeks later.
Oh, Jesus.
So at one time there, you got 2 time zones like on the East Coast, like directly down the same longitude. And then, then you move like a couple of 100 miles to the west, and then you got another time zone, and a couple 100 miles, and then there's the 3rd time zone.
I hate daylight savings. I've never liked it, and I really hate it now because
that's why I'm in Arizona, man.
Well, when Peabody gets hit, like when we get to that bullshit, then he goes from being 12 hours ahead to 13, and I mean it's usually not too bad for me because it's that weird. If I stay up late during the week and talk to him till like, I don't know, midnight, 1 a.m., then I'll crash and get up and he'll still be up when I get up at like, 9, 10 and we'll shoot the shit again and then he'll go to bed and then we recatch back up when he gets up. So like that shit's all cool. But, it's just when that shit happens, I hate the 13-hour, it just makes it that much harder to stay in contact. And it's not like I can pick up the phone. Like I can call you, Chef. I can text you. I can't call or text that mofo. So it's like, all right, it's literally Discord and then StreamYards. It's how we catch up and stay in contact. So I'm like, all right.
Yeah, that's the one thing I do love about Arizona is we do not do daylight savings.
Indiana didn't used to. And then some dickhead decided we was gonna. And we're like, we don't want to. And here we are.
Well, we just recently had a vote to bring it back, like to try it. And we all said, no.
Fuck it.
Well, Arizona's a little different. That's like heaps further south towards more the equator, and like the whole point of daylight savings wouldn't be as useful as it is to like a lot of other countries. And you find that the daylight savings is more for like rural sort of aspects where you want the farmer, like the farmer wants to get up and take advantage of the daylight as much as he possibly can. It's mainly the whole purpose of it. But yeah, like for everyone that's worked in the city and just works at normal 9 to 5 and all that kind of stuff, yeah, it does get really fucking annoying. I know that it was almost a yearly sort of tradition kind of thing. When the daylight savings hit, you'd either be like, there's one part where you'd be late for work and then you'd be fucking an hour early for work.
No.
And you'd never remember which one it was until you get there and it's like, oh, it's daylight savings. That's right. Fucking hell.
I mean, cell phones made that shit a lot easier because your phone's reset, so that was always kind of nice. But yeah, that pre-cell phone fucking time, that was never any fun. And then like Michigan used to be on daylight savings, but Indiana wasn't, so I didn't have to worry about it. So it was those poor saps that worked in Michigan that had to deal with that shit. And then, like I said, Idiot Anna, they decided to pass it where we had to do it. And I mean, and they've even said that the shit with the farmers is just bullshit. They're like, the cows don't know what time it is, that it's time to fucking lay eggs and get milk.
Right.
If anything, it's worse for the cows because it fucks with them.
It fucks
Right.
with them.
No, it's more for the farmer, not the livestock.
I know. Yeah, no, that's why I didn't say that you were wrong. I mean, I was agreeing with you. The farmer himself can get up earlier and start, having his coffee and eggs and, putting the sheet over the old lady and, nailing her to make more farmhands before going out to deal with the chickens and the cows and the sheep and everything else. But yeah. No, you were spot on, bud. Yeah.
Oh, well, with the farmers, though, working in the dark, it's my point of view is it was all well and good for me. Why can't they fucking do it?
Right. I mean, we've got flashlights that you go on your head nowadays that are LED. So come on, you pussies.
Yeah. It's no kerosene lantern, that'll do you.
Mm-hmm. Hell, man, they've got LED ones of those now. You don't even got to use kerosene ones. You got the bright ass LED lantern style.
I used to love the gas ones with the cotton mantle because they actually had some radioactive material in it. It was pretty cool. I think they've stopped doing that now, though.
Oh, I'm sure. Maybe Germany.
I just realized what time it is, and I have to run some errands.
Not a problem, Chef. Thank you so much for jumping in. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. Hey, you were able to do something, so that was 99.9% of why I did it.
Right, I did. I just realized what time it was. I was like, shit.
I know. I'm like, damn, it's fucking 5 o'clock already. Where'd the fucking time go? But then again, I didn't start right away, and then I was talking with Doku, and then you jumped in, and I was like, and then we fucking talked for like 40 minutes after you got here before we went live. So I was like, holy shit! But I mean, hey, fun was had by all. Shellback, I'm glad you're okay, and as you know, you can always get a hold of me. We'll try to set something up where you can join the stream with us as well. Peabody, thank you for jumping in and letting me know that it's storming and you couldn't talk because you can't hear fuck all. But again, Coward, glad that you could make it. Oiler Greg, of course, thank you so much. Scotty, I'm glad that you jumped in the chat briefly. It's great. Brent Utini, Lone Wolf Cub, just another nerd who was also known as Voice of One. Great good dude. Doku for coming in, the new fella, what the hell, Gene, because I saw him in our friendly thing on, so that's somebody that Brian knows. Gene Luke, yeah. So I'm not even gonna try, but yeah, that dude. So I was like, oh, all right. Well, I mean, unless you're going to jump in, Chef's taking off. But I mean, if you got time, Shellback, to jump in and say something, man, I'll stay up for a bit. Chef's just leaving.
Yeah, I'm just leaving. Just sub the channel if you haven't subbed. That's all I ask.
Yeah. Definitely. Chef Nation is a real deal. The fact that Brie Larson's people contacted her about, hey, Bree's busy now, but when she's not, she'll be in contact, or they'll be in contact.
I'm trying to make it happen.
Hell yeah, that's how we open the stream. I was just ecstatic that happened for her. I was like, this is great because I was lucky enough to be on said stream. Link you. I sent it to you on. Hold on, buddy. I'll put it back in the chat. I was gonna say I should have sent it to you off of my account. But here you go. Da, da, da. But yeah, Chef, again, thank you for jumping in and hanging out. And like I said, anytime, that thing that we were talking about doing, it's whenever you got time, sweetie. I'm not,
I'll shoot you a message, man. Probably either tonight or maybe sometime in the week, and we'll
anytime. It does, like I'm saying, like you do you. I'm just a retired guy here with a bunch of wiener dogs. So
Right.
by all means, yeah, anytime. Just let me know whenever, and we'll definitely stream and do shit.
Heck yeah, buddy. I will talk to you guys later.
Alrighty, take care, sweetie.
Alrighty.
Bye, guys.
See ya.
And we've got Girl Power.
Hell,
What's up, buddy?
what's been going on, man?
Man, not much. Just I for whatever reason, this stream has been 3 hours and 10 minutes long, and it doesn't feel like it's been but half hour. But
Yeah. What'd you guys talk about?
So we opened up the stream because, as I was saying, Chef ended up getting the word back from Brie Larson's people because she's like called out Brie saying, "Well, come on my channel. I got a small channel, and I'd love to have some conversations with you." And they responded to her, which was like, "Holy fuck!" And then Doku kind of went, "Yeah." Doku kind of went on his rant, which was a good rant, which hand in hand is not the exact same as what you were ranting off the other night about getting stuff off your chest, but I brought you up into that conversation because, I did. I felt bad that I missed your video because I was on another stream, in the chat bullshitting while just another nerd was playing games. But it wasn't the fact that I missed your chat. It was just because I know you, and when I watched you and I felt your pain and your frustration and everything, and it made me sad that I missed it, that I couldn't have been in the chat to be like, oh, but so it was just one of those where it upset me that I missed it because I knew you were upset, but it's just that's part of being pals, and that's why I left the little message that I left you and everything. But then so today I got home from work and was doing the dogs and all that shit after working, and had met about the stream. And the gal, Chef was like, "Yeah, let's do it." And Doku's like, "Yeah, let's do one." So that's how this happened. It was my usual spur of the moment. So before I even sent out links to anybody else, though, you were like the first person I sent a link to. Where I was like, if you're free, here you go. On the twatter. But yeah.
Well, I don't know if I saw that one. But
That's okay. I won't hold it against you. My luck, I didn't fucking hit enter, but it should have went through.
Yeah.
I don't use that crap that often. It's like I said, it's usually self-promotion. But yeah. 4 hours ago. That's
so
funny.
I said what?
4 hours ago.
What are you talking about, Peabody? Were you what you were talking about? Is that got anything to do with extending a basically an invite to all the people in Hong Kong to come to Australia?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yep, we've got an open invitation and all this kind of stuff. However, I'm a bit pretty sure that the CCP are limiting the amount of people that are actually leaving Hong Kong at the moment. Now, there's someone I used to know that's probably there at the moment, and I'm fucking concerned because I'm expecting that she's going to be one of these idiots that'll wait until too fucking late. And she's got a bit of a background that the CCP might be fucking interested in too, so I don't think I'm ever going to see her again.
Yeah,
that's the one that got away, literally.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it was my second cruise, which was like 2001. and I can't remember if it was on the way over to the Gulf or on the way back from the Gulf. I don't remember, but we stopped in Hong Kong. First and only time I've ever been there, and I was like, I thought I was in Europe. I mean, other than the fact of some Asian architecture here and there, I thought I was in Europe because there was so many Caucasian European people there. I'm like, I was like, I thought this was China, but I thought it was cool. I liked it. I mean, other than the giant piles of trash floating in Hong Kong Harbor, that were as big as the Liberty boat that we had to catch to get to shore. But from what I understand, they've cleaned it up a little bit around there since then. But that's been almost 20 years ago. But yeah, I wondered how long it was going to take for things to turn out this way in Hong Kong after the Brits gave it up. So yeah. But yeah, dude, I'd love to go back there. I mean, when things are like copacetic again, but but I'd also love to come back to Australia. I loved hanging out down there, and I didn't get to get out and about as much as I wanted to when I was there. Because like some of the guys when we were there, some of the guys actually went, I guess you'd say, on a tour, you kind of call it, where they were able to basically get out, into the outback, or the rural, communities, and like basically spend the night at somebody's farmhouse or something like that.
Go to the country.
Yeah. But no, man, I mean, Sydney was fine. It was a cool place, and with the opera house, and when we got there, we strolled in right under the bridge, all that stuff. It was cool. But I personally, I liked the Fremantle and Perth side better. Just because I mean, I grew up in the country. I grew up in rural southeast Missouri, so Western Australia struck me more of like more friendly down home people.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's because Perth is way more appealing because it's still stuck in the 1950s, and this country was fucking awesome back then.
Yeah. But I mean, like we got, we were docked, moored, whatever you want to say, in Fremantle. So we'd catch the train from Fremantle into Perth, and so we're just sitting there on the train. And the locals, just out of nowhere, the locals start talking to us. Like we weren't saying anything. They started talking to us,
Yeah,
and
mate, how you going?
I'm like, dude, it's like, it's like the freaking welcome wagon. It's like we didn't get that shit in Sydney.
Oh, yeah. Well, Sydney is because of Garden Island. Yeah, like we do get a lot of like foreign service people in there and all this kind of stuff. The Cross is pretty much set up just for foreign navies and all this kind of stuff. So
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, dude. I mean, if I got to go back, I'd probably go to the west side first. But I'd also like to go to like like Adelaide, and visit like Lethal Lightning, and in your neck of the woods, you know.
Did you do the buy, swap, and sell for a slouch hat?
Do you what?
It used to be a bit of a tradition here. Like the army guys here, like we would love it when like a US Navy ship comes into Sydney Harbour and stuff like that, because we'd go and hit the Marines up for like their spare woodlands, and it's like we'd swap them a slouch hat for a set of woodlands. It's fucking great. Like they wanted the slouch hat, we wanted a set of woodlands as free, fair trade. Brilliant.
Yeah. No, I don't remember trading any uniform items, but then again, it's been like 20 years, so I don't know. But
It's been a bit more than 20 years for me too.
my favorite memory though is, and I want to say it was on the Fremantle side, but just down the road from where we were moored, there was a guy making didgeridoos, right? And of course, hey, American, come here and give me $20 for something that you'll put in the corner of your room when you get back home. But anyway, I'm like, dude, I'm like, there must be something in the water here. I was like, it's like all the women are just like absolutely gorgeous, and he's like, without skipping a beat, this guy's like, oh no, Mike, it's not the water, it's the hormones they put in the chicken. And I cracked up, but because I mean, like I said, with like totally straight faced, not skipping a beat, he just comes out with that, and
But how much of a culture shock was it to you to see someone with the face of an angel, and when she opened her mouth, she had the mouth of a fucking sewer?
Yeah. Actually, I didn't get any of that. No. They all were, ladylike in their speech, actually.
Usually they just grab you by the cock and say, "Come here, sunshine."
Yeah.
So yeah, just so you know, Shellback, that Farty here also served and was a fireman. So for Australia, and that's one of those things where I do love having conversations. Oh shit! Hey, MC's back. How about that? Especially with you older military guys. I know Farty, you're younger, but it's okay. We won't hold it against you. But the fact that you've been to where I want to be, that you live where I want to be, so it works out pretty good, because I got my passport, Shellback, but of course I'm grounded and can't leave the country anyway. So
you can't take advantage of our free $3,000 5-star hotel stays.
Can't. Well, I tell you what, like, I mean, as far as this country goes, I mean, if it weren't for my kids, I wouldn't be in the Northwest. I wouldn't be in Washington. Right. I would probably be in either Texas or Florida, preferably somewhere along the Gulf Coast. But yeah, I mean, I'm like this little red dot in a sea of blue, and I want to finger gun shoot myself just about every other day. But yeah.
Which, speaking of, I'm gonna say it now so I don't forget, because I always forget, because the older you get, the more you fucking forget. I will be messaging you on Twitter, but this is a reminder to myself, because I'm putting it, since we're live, I need your address. I have something for you that I picked up for you. It's just something little. It's nothing huge, but I want to be able to mail it to you. It's something I know that you'll enjoy, and it's just, for all the fun that we've had over the years together, even though we haven't ran into each other, but here and there lately, it's been sparser and sparser. But again, it's just something I got that's especially for you. It's just something real tiny and small, nothing crazy. As you know, it's not like I'm leaving Indiana to come visit you in Washington. So, but it's just I need to remind myself to message you to do that so that I can mail it out to you.
Is it a puppy?
It is not actually, sadly enough, the last 3 puppies we had, the litter we had, we lost the entire litter. and then
Oh, wow.
Rolly just passed away. She was 11 years old. We just lost her on the 5th. So it's been it's just after the 4th, and then like I said, your video hit me, and I feel and I understand exactly what you're talking about. I agree with what you're talking about, but it was just kind of that I came home on the 5th after work, and we had 60 dogs at the kennel to my 11-year-old dog, which was the youngest of the oldest dogs, but the first puppy we ever had bred. That we had as a puppy that passed, and it fucked me up a bit. And then I seen you upset, and I was just like, you fucker.
Dude. Okay, dude. I was looking into because now that I'm in in an apartment, and I can have a dog, although I have to get everything approved.
Right.
And basically what the office lady told me was I'd have to go and get one of those little companion animal doctor's note bullshit.
Right.
And then I would have to have the, dog, pre-approved. Basically, I'd have to be like, okay, I want to adopt this dog. Can I, which I think is kind of a crock of shit. But anyway, so I was looking on this Humane Society website, and I found this little Jack Russell female, like 3 or 4 year old, I think. And I'm like, perfect. It's like, I'm like, that's, a good sized breed, for an apartment and all.
Yeah.
And anyway, their adoption pricing, and I know there's like shots,
right,
that they want to be reimbursed for and all that crap. I understand that, but basically $300 and some odd to adopt a dog, I'm like, screw that. It's like, I can't afford that crap. I mean, I could, but I'd have to like basically save up a little bit.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean.
And so I don't know. Maybe I'll get on to Craigslist or something and see if I can find somebody's giving away. Because I know that there's places that will give shots and stuff to people who have pets, but also have a limited income.
Yeah, well, service dogs too sometimes. Here's the thing, like here you can go to, all right, so it used to be called Big R, now it's Farm and Fleet, and you can buy the yearly vaccinations, and it's like $10-15, and then like we do all our own vaccinations, and you get all the little stickers on the vials and all that bullshit. Overall, though, especially older dogs, and granted, I know it's going to be depending on the state, but the main thing is the rabies shot. We've all been bred in our brains. I think dogs need rabies. Dogs needs rabies shot. Dog needs rabies shot.
Yeah,
but
rabies
doesn't go to a dog park. They actually have a thing called a titer test, which can be the dog can be tested, and the test can show whether or not it would be a carrier for rabies if it's just in the house with you, and if not, then you don't have to dick with that shit. But even here, it's like $25 for a rabies shot on Sundays or Saturdays at oh Christ, I had it. Some kind of pet clinic that you can go up to where they go to a specific, like a Staples and VIP Pet Care. That's the name of it, VIP Pet Care. But I mean, like I told you before, I mean, it's like we'll have some girls that are going to be retiring that we might look to rehome, and like all you got to do is put me up for like a couple days so I can come hang out with you. Like I'll come hang out, because I mean, like, granted, yeah, we do sell the puppies, and they do go for a bit, but I mean, like I've got a couple that are just fucking assholes. We've got them separated so that they can't fight.
Dude,
like,
I got a full size memory foam mattress.
Right. But I did get you because we did talk after you got your place, and I know it was a bit after, and you and me shot the shit, and I went out and got you kind of like a home warming gift. it's just something kind of small, but I was like, I got to get this for him, and I got it. And I had, bumped India, and it wasn't until I saw that video where I was like, fuck, I got this sitting here for him, and I got to get a hold of him, and and I was just thinking, I was like, damn it, I got to remind myself to remind myself, because sometimes you just forget.
Right on.
Like, well, shit.
But I know, like, your standard is like, you get them their rabies shot and the parvo and the worms, and then that's like the standard 3 or whatever.
Well, for like boarding, you got to have distemper and all that kind of stuff. And usually it's the fucking places you live at. So, like, it would depend on what they say you've got to do. But overall, it's like a $15, $20 vaccination deal that you can get at the places and do yourself. Not that you got to do that. I just mean, like, for us, that's what we do.
Well, in a state like this, I'm assuming that if there's a shot for it, they probably want you to have it.
Right. Well, my state's so fucking stupid that you can't do rabies vaccination. You've got to go to a vet, but you go not even a quarter mile up the road into Michigan, and you can buy rabies vaccine and give your dog the rabies vaccine. Like, that's how fucked up Indiana is. I mean, I don't call it Idiot Anna for nothing, because there's some dumb motherfuckers that make some laws up here.
If you're an anti-vaxxer, your statement would have been then you could go get the rabies vaccine and then give your dog rabies.
Yeah, exactly. I'm safe from it. I don't give a fuck about the dog.
Dude, I mean, Texas isn't that far away from Indiana. I'm just saying.
No, it's not. I lived there before. I did live there before.
All I would suggest is East Texas, the green part. Mm-hmm. Fuck West Texas. But
I lived in basically Grand Prairie area, so it was just south of Dallas and Fort Worth and all that. But yeah, it wasn't bad. I enjoyed it,
Yeah.
But
well, I mean, because like I've got which I've put college on hold because everything is like at home online learning, and like I totally bombed this last quarter. So I'm putting college on hold until I can actually go into a classroom again.
Right.
But the degree that I was pursuing, there's a, and seeing how as how I want to work with vets, when I did get that paper.
Yeah.
There's a VA facility in Galveston, and which is pretty much on the Gulf Coast of Texas, and I would either I'd either like to go there, or my brother and his family live in Tallahassee, so I wouldn't mind the panhandle of Florida, or
right.
Like I said, basically the Gulf Coast of Texas or Florida, one of these days. But yeah, no, dude, I'll shoot you the new address. That's no.
Yeah. Like I said, it's just something small. It's something you get a kick out of, and like I said, I'd forgotten. I did too. I meant to, like, after we talked last, which was a while back. I mean, it's not like it's been 6 months ago, but it was a few months ago, and I was like, all right, I need to hurry up, make sure I say something to him, because you're like, yeah, I got the new place. I was like, yeah, I found that and I seen that, and congratulations. And I just got this something, special for you. I'm like, all right, this is perfect. And then, and like I said, and then all of a sudden, boom, I seen your video yesterday, and I'm like, all right, fuck, I need to get a hold of him, and everything else clicked. So I'm like, oh, hell yeah. It's like, I remind myself to remind myself.
Yeah. And having a, being where I was, and, having basically, 50 some odd other roommates, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
It was kind of cool, but at the same time, you're still basically living inside of a repurposed hospital.
Yeah.
And who wants to live in a damn hospital? So you'd kind of get down about actually living in a place where people were either sick or dying. But and getting my own place was cool, but now I'm all by myself, and with all the freaking quarantine shit, it's like like I said, it's like it makes you want to like finger gun shoot yourself. So
it's that
It's-
literally, yeah, 'cause, yeah, you were in a place where there's lots of
Yeah.
people. Now you're by yourself and everybody's
Yeah.
quarantined, and you're the oddball, in a bunch of blues. So it's like you're the
But-
turtle,
Yeah. That's the thing too, like the the freaking dumbass Governor Jay Inslee, instituted, the whole mandatory mask thing. And it's like it's it's a warm part of the year and it's only going to get warmer, so this freaking virus, which isn't as bad as what the freaking media makes it out to be, it doesn't like the heat. So it's like I don't really understand the whole purpose of freaking forcing people to put something on their damn face. And also to plug somebody's channel, I don't know if you've a lot of people have heard of Young Ripa. I don't know if you have or not, but Eric July, aka Young Ripa, has put out some very good videos in relation to the beer bug. And one of the ones he put out was this thing has like a 99.9% recovery rate or whatever you want to say. But yet, and also from what I've heard, the swine flu, the H1N1 was was technically a lot more deadly than this, but we weren't freaking out over that,
right.
And I guess that's because we had Obama in the White House, and everything was cool because we had a brother in the White House.
Well, the media didn't push it. That was the biggest thing. They didn't do what got dealt with. And I mean, it's the part that falls about the heat is if that was the case, the Middle East would not have gotten hit with it, and other places. So like that part.
And that's the thing too. That's the thing too is they've changed their damn mind on this shit so much.
Yeah. It's airborne. It's not airborne.
But,
it's a bioweapon.
Right, but I mean, like one of the last things I've heard, and just a disclaimer here for anybody who is listening or will be listening later. When I made the comment about a brother being in the White House, I am not racist. Okay, so you can shove it.
I think if anybody's going to be racist, it wouldn't have been anybody on this panel. So
no, actually, I'm afraid I'm racist by definition. It's just that it's racist to call me a racist.
That's right, because Farty can kill anybody of being racist.
Yeah,
we did this last time, Farty.
In this day and age, though. In this day and age, though, Adam, you gotta throw out the disclaimer, But anyway, one of the things that I've heard lately is that asymptomatic people is like that there's not really any danger of them spreading said beer bug.
Yeah.
but yet the MSN, Jesus Christ, MSM, the mainstream media, right, is still pushing the fact that you can spread it as as asymptomatic. And I even heard, and I'm assuming I didn't, because I didn't actually see the TV screen, but I'm assuming it was CNN that I was hearing that was basically talking trash about all the Republican controlled areas, with getting these beer bug spikes, because they're not forcing people to wear masks, and it's just that's the thing though. I This is where a lot of my I don't know, distrust isn't the right word, skepticism maybe.
Yeah, skepticism. Right? Yeah.
On this whole thing is that it's the media has made it so flippin' political. Okay, so political. Just like BLM, has been made freaking so damn political. Because I mean, if you remember, it was all it was all an uproar back in like 2015 and 2016, right? Right around election time, and then they went away. But now that it's an election year again, who's back? Ta-da! So it's just all this stuff is just a bunch of bullshit. I mean, there might be some validity to a very, very small percentage of validity to the beer bug thing. But to me, everything else is just freaking political bullshit.
Well, that would have been the case if it was only America that had got afflicted by the coronavirus. But the sheer virtue of the fact that everybody else is, in fact, inflicted by it as well dictates it's got nothing to do with your elections. It has everything to do with China's expansionism and all this kind of stuff, destabilization. I mean, CCP have done their job with you.
Well,
you're already distrusting the government, all this kind of stuff. And if I come and tell you exactly what it is, you won't take it for face value off me, but because you've already got your rhetoric, and that's exactly what the Chinese wanted to do. Yeah. And yeah.
Well, the reason I say that it's a lot of it is political in nature because, well, one, it is, and two, the not to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but the globalist people, I'm pretty sure have a hand in all this crap.
The globalist people don't have a control on the situation at the moment because Xi Jinping won't do what they say, and Xi Jinping's got actually the weight to just say, so fuck you. What are you going to do about it? Pretty much. And there's nothing really that anyone can do. Like, we are in this situation where we're about to start a shooting war with an actual nuclear armed country. And like with the political kind of stuff, I can see where everybody's going with the whole we don't trust your politicians and all this. How come this politician saying this and how come that politician saying that? And if you really get down into the weeds of it, you'll find that this politician's acting early because his public opinion saying this and he just wants to keep his job. Some other person might be saying, hang on a minute, I think that's a bit too early, but we'll wait and see what you do. And then there's a few other people who are saying, yeah, we'll wait and see what the second guy does and then the third guy, and then we'll act. And this is where you're getting all this incoherent, inconsistent fucking rhetoric from everybody because we don't actually know everything about it at the moment. In fact, there's a lot of things that are coming out now from people who have survived it like several months ago that there are vastly drastic bloody ongoing issues with it, like lung scarring. There's now they're now looking at it starting to get into your livers and your kidneys and stuff like that instead of just your lungs. And I'm putting forward the whole thing. It's a binary thing. The first one was here just to destabilize the place, kick up a stink, make everybody think it was that bad. And then when it wasn't, well, no one's going to listen to them. The next time, when the swine flu, which has already just been released in Wuhan, that's probably going to get out to, that's the one that's going to come around. And it might not even kill us, right? This might not even be the whole point to kill us right off straight away. I mean, like the Chinese would be, they're patient. I was kind of joking about that little conspiracy spiel that I did before about, like, you know, China's done this all, you know, as far back as 9/11 just so they can fuck with people's heads. But I wouldn't be surprised. And it's so fucking easy. Like, I did a lot of debunking when I first started getting on the YouTube. And it's this thing. I'm a firefighter and I'm telling you about fire, but instantly I'm a government fucking shill. I'm instantly not being listened to. So now we got this rhetoric where you really do need to listen to the government. And of course, now 90% of the people are like, nah, fuck the government, fuck the media, we can't listen. And Xi Jinping's just rubbing his hands going, good. That's what's really going on, man. Because we're looking at getting invaded. Like, we're seriously sitting here thinking we're going to get invaded soon.
Well,
Same with India.
I mean,
because like there's
right.
a lot of stuff going on around the world, man, that like you guys really need to pay attention to, because it's not just
Yeah.
you. If it was just you guys, then yeah, you'd have a point.
Well, just know that you know, your American brothers in the big gray boats will
Well, that's the thing.
you know, we'll be there. You know,
you're already here.
we like to bring the party to them, you know. So
Yeah, well, this will be an indication for you. You're already here with 3 battle groups in the South China Sea. 3 carrier groups. So that's saying something, isn't it?
Well, you know, I mean, and like, well, it's like I say, you know, and there always usually is, you know, there's always at least one carrier air group on its way to and from the Gulf, you know. So, you know, there's one right there, and then there's another one that's based out of Japan. So
but apparently they pulled the 7th out of refit to send them to.
But
so yeah, look, shit's ramping up, man. Like, fucking seriously, dude. Like the mistrust you guys have got with the government is totally because of the CCP. Is what they want you to do.
Well, you know, I mean, I took an oath to defend the Constitution and against all enemies, foreign, dead, and domestic. I didn't take an oath to trust the government.
True that.
Well, that is a point. However, you kind of do need to trust the government because you are currently under attack. So yeah, you're gonna have to fulfill one side of that somewhere along the line.
Yeah, well, I guess let me rephrase. Do not fully trust the government.
Yeah, there you go.
No matter where you are, never fully trust your government. Okay,
I'm not the government.
Always look at them with a little bit of skepticism.
No, you're farting.
Right. Yeah, I'm not the government.
Oh.
That's another thing too. It's like everyone keeps, you know, like when I tell them things and they go, "Oh, but I don't trust the government." It's like, I'm not the government. Well, I don't trust your government. I'm not my government either.
Right? You're just
I'm
farting.
fucking retired. And it's like, man, dude, like fucking, like if there was a point to this, yeah, I'd be right with you. But fucking nah, like you got the India and Pakistan. They're about to kick off. China's fucking siding with Pakistan. Iran, I've been saying since the beginning of the year, has been in on this, and China's just signed a big deal with them.
China's always been backing up Pakistan as far as that little party, party's been concerned. You know.
Yeah. And now they're also.
I mean, they've been fighting over Kashmir since when? You know, it's like.
But it's now the Chinese are siding with the Pakistanis, and there's actually been like a border dispute between India and China in the last couple of weeks, where about 20 Indian soldiers were killed and an unknown amount, but more Chinese were killed in a big punch up.
Yeah.
Like, this is coming, man. This is coming, whether we like it or not.
Mm. Well, well, I don't know. All I know is, I'm ready. I'm ready to,
Well, we'd be taking volunteers here soon.
I'm ready to defend my little corner. So.
Mhm.
I mean, if need be, I'll get in the car and I'll drive one direction to get one kid and drive the other direction to get the other kid, and then, head down south, to where my family's at, and take it from there. But
About all you can do. I mean,
Yeah.
basically, I've said it a couple different times. Strap in, everybody. You're along for the shit show ride, whether you want to or not. We're all part of this crazy thing.
Yeah. And other than that, all I can say is Wolverines.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, it's fucked up. No matter what, it's an election year. I don't personally think it'll end. We were talking about this earlier. It's like, I don't see it ending because of election. If anything, I see it getting worse because it'll either be, Trump won, so now we go at it, or Trump didn't win, so now we go at it. It's like, oh, good.
Well, here's the thing too, and God forbid, freaking creepy Uncle Joe wins. Okay, God forbid. But just throwing a scenario out there, right?
Yeah, we have
some unknown freaking what the fuck factor happens, and Joe Biden wins, and then everything suddenly just goes away.
Joe Biden has blonde leg hairs and they glisten in the sun.
That would expose them motherfuckers like no other.
But you see, it won't, and that's going to be the fucking most hilarious part about it. It's like we're going to have like 7 or 8 more fucking presidents in America, and you're still going to be going like, "Can you stop fooling us with this fucking COVID-19 bullshit?" Like I said, dude, like if it was just America, you'd have a point that it's a conspiracy, but it's the rest of us. It's the rest of the world.
but this leader talks to that leader and so on and so forth. So,
but like Australia is collectively
they're all connected. They're all connected in one way or another.
Dude, every single country on the planet isn't just going to collectively go, all right, we're going to play dumb and just act like fuckwits just to fool the Americans to vote for some prick that we probably don't even want. Like, we don't want fucking Joe Biden. And you don't understand, too, that, like, you guys think you might have full influence over your elections. There is a hell of a lot of foreign influence over elections too. Like when you guys have your representatives that get booted, half the time it's because they've gauged the rest of the world and we've gone, we won't work with that cunt. So, like there's a lot of different ways that this plays out. It's not just one single straight trail.
But it would be funny if Biden got in and even like the race war shit stopped. So yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, Showback. It's just we're beyond. In my opinion, I've said this before. If already you've heard it, we're already pre-Civil War. We've got all these dumb motherfuckers that are so offended by the first Civil War, they're dumb enough to start a second one over the first one.
Yeah.
Even all the stuff you were talking about, yesterday, bringing down the statues and shit.
Yeah, I know.
When the influence of your country, though, is dictated by everybody else, though, like when the people seem to think that like everybody else should be listened to other than your government, that sort of dictates that your government doesn't have any influence anymore. So how can they be a controlling, overbearing aspect if no one's listening to them?
Yeah, these guys are so fucking stupid that they took down a statue of Frederick Douglass, a former slave and abolitionist, okay? And they took down his statue. This is how dumb they are. Okay?
Yeah, well, they did try the Black Lives Matter bullshit out here because fucking dumb shit uni students and we want to be Americans. So whatever you guys do, we think, we're supposed to have Halloween here too, apparently. But they ripped down a statue of Captain Cook, saying that he's an invader and he's a slaver and all this kind of stuff. Well, Captain Cook was just an explorer. He only showed up here and found the place and said, "Oh, right, well, I'm calling this," and marked it on the map. He got killed in Fiji before Captain Arthur Phillip came out with the first fleet. He was the invader. He was the one that brought all the noise and shit. But no, let's rip down Captain Cook's fucking statue instead.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to them. They just see a statue of an old white guy, and they're like, "Nah, it's got to go."
Well, that's the problem with rewriting history, and they've been succeeding for fucking, too many years now. And the fact that it's not being stopped is the other issue, which to me goes back to the same thing I've said from day one. When the word illegal does not mean anything, you're fucked.
Well, that's like, I had somebody on Twitter, clapping at me, talking about, the Europeans going over to Africa and stealing slaves.
Mm-hmm.
And they legitimately believe that shit. No, that didn't fucking happen. Or even if it did, it didn't happen. Let's just entertain the thought that it did happen. The fiscal aspect of it, okay, it would have been so fiscally what's the word I'm looking for? Basically, anyway, it would have cost too much damn money, okay, to try and go over there and just round them up ourselves.
Actually,
that's not what happened.
They actually did do that, and it was mainly just usually mercenaries and stuff like that that'd go out. They'd grab a whole bunch of them and sell them on black markets. There was a hell of a lot of big money in it back in the days, but the Europeans pretty much put an end to it, except for a few small countries. Like the UK put an end to it before America was even founded. So
here's the thing that is true. Okay, this African tribe fought that African tribe, and the winning tribe took the losing tribe to the docks and be like, "Hey, Mr. Dutchman, you want to buy a slave?"
Yep.
I mean, both
no, they don't teach that shit in school anymore. Apparently.
Well, no, they can't even teach. They think there's 3 fucking genders. I mean, it's
more than that. There's more than that.
It's up is down, down is up, shit is sideways. It makes no sense. They can't just say, "Look, the kings of Africa back in the day sold your black asses as slaves after we conquered," like you said. We came, we fought, we conquered, we sold these motherfuckers. Fair and square. We sold them to everybody. We didn't care. No, that didn't happen. The white man came over here and took all our people and made them slaves. But they were the only race that was slaves. Not the Irish, not Japanese, not Chinese.
Well, it's like I said on my
Italians.
Well, it's like I said on my stream. If you have these people that have such an issue that they're tearing down all the statues here in America, then after they're done, they need to hop a plane, go over to Rome, and tear down Rome, because the Colosseum and just about every other thing in Rome was built with slave labor. Okay. Exactly. So go over there and tear down all the statues of every Caesar that you see. Okay. And then, then go to Egypt and tear down the pyramids. Because guess what? Slave labor.
Yep.
Okay. And then probably more than likely you can go down to Greece, to like the Parthenon and all that stuff in Greece. Tear that shit down too, because I'm pretty sure that there was at least a little bit of slave labor involved in that shit. So, it's like, how far back do you want to go? How far back do you want to go? So
that's been the biggest issue I've had for years, and I've said this before. I didn't own a slave. You never picked any cotton. Shut the fuck up and hand me my cheeseburger. Because at the end of the day, fuck you. You've not been a slave for over 200 years. We ended so much shit to make it so that you have the rights you have today. We ended segregation only for you to want to bring it back, you fuckwit dipshit motherfuckers.
All right, guys. I'm gonna get ready for the World War One stream, so I'm gonna have to bounce. So
thank you,
catch you all later.
for jumping in and hanging out, buddy.
That's no problem. I'll see you all later.
Nice talking to you.
But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, that's how it is, and it gets frustrating. You get tired of it, you know, and like for me, that's the thing. I look at it. What's the end game? What is the end game of this shit? You're loitering. You're not, you know, doing anything you're supposed to be doing. Oh well, Black Lives Matters. No, and that's what Doku was going off about. Was the lady who said all lives matter? There was an altercation. They go to walk underneath the bridge. She gets shot twice in the head and once in the leg, and now her fiance is with their child, I believe. You know, she left a child because she said all lives matter. And the insanity needs to end. You know, to me, the government needs to step in and go, okay, back to the COVID real quick. All these people are together protesting, not doing social distance, not wearing masks, and yet the numbers go up.
Yeah.
You wonder why, you dumb ass kids.
And, you know, and it's funny too, because I actually saw something, you know, in black and white, right, that said, you know, if you want to have like a barbecue or some family function, please keep it to 12 people or less. But if you want to go out and protest, you can have up to 100 people in a group.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, so all right, yeah. But I don't know. I'm just.
I mean, you know, I'm like, I just want to be left alone, deal with my dogs, you know. And then you've got the coronavirus that's enough to scare the bejesus out of you, as it should be, because we don't really know what it is. They're not going to tell us what the fuck it is. Then we go from that to the race war to political bullshit and nonsense. Man, you know, enough is enough. Quit bringing up the past. It doesn't affect you directly.
Like I said though, you know, people weren't losing their shit when you know, when the swine flu was going through, or Ebola, you know, they weren't losing their shit then.
Was released,
you know, and that shit was, I'm without actually going to, you know, some official website and getting statistics, you know, that shit was just as bad as freaking the beer bug, you know,
if not worse.
So that's why I, you know. That's why I say that there's some, you know, politicalness, you know, behind this stuff, is because, you know, it's but.
Well, it's the media for one, you know, because they're doing it. Two, because of it being an election year, especially, it's like, all right, it's almost like they don't want Trump to succeed. Release the virus. Okay, that didn't work. Release the race war. And I mean, like I said, personally, politically wise, I don't see. You know, if Trump wins, I don't see it going away. If Biden wins, I don't see it going away, because the virus itself is real. Like, people think it's not. I believe the virus is real. I also believe it was a bioweapon that was engineered and released on purpose. But that's just my opinion. You know, and you know, Shellback, you can have your own. Everybody can have their own opinions. I don't have, you know, and I'm not here to argue what my point. That's just my point. That's how I view it. You know, we got bad information from China. We created a model. We overdid it because based off their model, motherfuckers should have been dropping dead in the streets, and they didn't. Now, is that because as Americans we've been over-vaccinated? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I might play one on TV, but I'm not a real doctor. So, you know, maybe that had a part to do with it. Maybe because of our lifestyle being different than some of these other, you know, rural areas that were affected worse. I don't know. But it's something that I definitely am worried about. I'm fucking middle-aged, diabetic for 36 years. I don't fucking need this taking me out, you know?
Yeah.
So, you know, and I get it. And I can, there's respect, but then at the same time, there's such a lack of communication and respect between government and people and everything else, where it's just like, well, I'm not wearing a mask because of my constitution. Well, then if you get this shit and you drop dead, fuck you. I don't want to hear you bitch about it.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't wear a mask. If I end up with it, it's because I didn't wear a mask. That's not your fault. That's nobody else's fault.
Well, here's the thing, though.
This is what happened to me.
Yeah.
Wear your fucking mask and gloves. You know.
Here's the thing, though. Like, you wearing a mask isn't protecting you from them. You know, and it's like, plus the you know, the what do you call it? Like I said, you know, there's been so much stuff said, you know, it's like, oh, well, this and that. No, well, this isn't true anymore. And then, well,
You can't
okay,
help
and then this,
you know,
and the thing,
not believe shit.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I've said from day one, wearing a mask is just like expecting your underwear to keep a fart in.
Yeah.
You know, granted, sure, if I cough in a mask, that's great. But there's been tests since released. These cloth masks do fuck all. These wearing a bandana, fuck all. Even the N95 mask, the shit still gets through. Two, this is not the way germs work in the first fucking place. If you're going to sit there and put antibacterial hand cleaner on, that's not going to stop it from a virus. That doesn't kill a virus. You know, so I mean, it's just, there's so many things, but people will sacrifice intelligence for the illusion of safety. And like I said, I get it. If a business says you have to wear a mask, I've got two choices. It's the same if a business tells me I can't have a gun. I am licensed to carry. I carry. If you tell me you cannot enter with a firearm, I don't shop at your establishment. That's my choice. That's my right.
Yeah.
You know, it's their right to not want me there. Fine. Not a problem. But I have a carry conceal permit.
Right.
You know what I mean? So and I view the mask the same way. I went to the post office, didn't have to wear a mask. Go to a restaurant, you have to wear a mask. Oh, you can take your mask off when you eat. Well,
right. See, and that's some of the things that you know, doesn't make sense to me either. You know, it's like, oh, you got to have a mask for this, but hey, if you want to shove some food in your mouth, you can take the mask off. You know, and it's like, well, what's the difference between me just sitting there without a mask and then, you know, or between that and then putting food in my mouth? You know, it's like, it is the beer bug not going to enter my system while I'm eating? You know, and like, you know, like me personally, I've only, you know, quote unquote, worn a mask. I've got this thing. I don't know whether it's supposed to be something for like people with a lot of hair or something, but you know, it's basically like this tube, you know, of material, and you know, you can put it over your head, you know, and you know, keep the hair out of your eyes or whatnot, you know, if you got a bunch of it. But anyway, I've been, you know, only here lately a couple of times have I used it, and only for like a brief moment while I had to go in, you know, like the post office or something like that. Other than that, I have not worn a mask this entire time. Okay. And as far as I know, I'm perfectly healthy.
Right.
So, you know, like I said, that adds to my skepticism over this whole mess. You know,
I mean, it feels like a plandemic more than a pandemic. And I mean, we've lived through so much shit. And I know you're older than I, you know, by a few. So I mean, and that's the thing, like Jez and Lone Wolf Cub, you know, these guys are, you know, we're all right around the same age, but you guys are all older than I am. I'm the baby of the bunch. And that's the thing. It's just, you know, you got a German, a couple guys in the UK, well, Nerd's younger, but still, it doesn't matter. We've all witnessed enough bullshit, but we're all smart enough to be like, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. There's no logic in this, you know, and we ask questions and then you get, you know, yelled at for asking questions. And it's like, no, this shit don't make sense.
Well, because it's just, to me, it's like, because I mean, you know, the thing got its name because of the way it looks under a microscope. Okay. You know, there is a corona, you know, look to the cell. You know, but the thing is, the common cold is a corona
virus. Yeah. Well, that's
yeah.
the thing. Yeah, they mutated the shit. I called it air
And
AIDS.
yeah,
To be honest with you, I did. Like, I've got on one of my other channels
yeah,
a friend. You know, we were looking at this shit, and I'm like, this is just like
yeah,
HIV. It's fucking air
right.
AIDS. Air AIDS
But
is coming to get you.
yeah, but I mean, you know, I've been treating it like I treat, like I treat the common cold, or any other average daily behavior. If I feel like I have to cough or sneeze, and I have like a long sleeve on, I'll bring my elbow up to my face and I'll cough or sneeze into my elbow.
What? You don't aim for a Chinaman? What's wrong with you?
And and or like if I have a short sleeve, I'll put my arm a little bit more to where it's actually in the material, because let's face it, it's just plain nasty if you like actually sneeze onto your bare arm.
Yeah.
But even if I'm wearing like a sleeveless shirt, I'll reach up, I'll reach up, with my one hand or the other, and I'll do this, and I'll sneeze or cough, when I'm out in public. It's just, common, everyday, common sense, and so to me, in my humble opinion, implementing those practices are plenty good enough. The whole, having to wear a mask, everywhere you go, and basically, breathing back in more carbon dioxide than you're breathing in oxygen.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, and that's another thing too. It's like, hey, I just, the conspiracy theorist part of me, right? Just pictures, the whole, the dark room, with a bunch of guys sitting around, a table or something, going, yeah, we'll make it to where everybody's forced to wear a mask, and they won't be getting breathing in as much oxygen as they normally would, and they'll get dumber because of it.
Not to mention all their stocks tied up in the mass market.
Yeah.
Because they're making money on that
right.
shit.
But I mean, and that is one of the true things about it, is that you're not getting, you're not breathing in as much oxygen as you should, or
Right.
you're breathing back in more carbon dioxide when you're wearing a mask than when you're not.
Well, those are people that were in the car by themselves, gloves on, wearing a mask by themselves.
Yeah.
And the masks aren't meant to be wore that way. They're only meant to be wore for
and that's
15 minutes.
Yeah, and that's not healthy.
No.
That's not healthy when you're when you're breathing in more of the stuff that your body is trying to get rid of.
Oh yeah. But look at how stupid the people of today are. And that's part of the problem. Our education system has failed us.
Yeah.
Kids are the future, yet they've taught them nothing.
Yeah. I mean, the only mask, and I'm even talking about the N95 one that's supposed to be like, approved, for this stuff. The only mask that you can put on your face and have you breathing anywhere near the same way as you would without anything on your face is a freaking gas mask. Okay. That is meant for chemical freaking warfare. Okay. That's what with the damn filter hanging off of it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that you're going to be able to put on your face and have you breathing the type of air that you should be breathing normally anyway. Okay.
Exactly.
So, you know, and unless you're walking around with a damn gas mask, you know, a freaking, you know, government issue freaking, you know, military grade gas mask on your face, you're just, yeah. Anyway.
No, you're right. You know, at that point, if you're not wearing a gas mask, you better be wearing a scuba tank with a mask on
Yeah,
it. You know,
yeah.
run that way. But
yeah. The only thing though is when I wear scuba gear, I have a tendency to, you know, do the you know, do the radar, you know, the submarine radar sound effect, you know.
Yep.
You know, and people are just looking at me like I'm nuts. So yeah, I try not to do that.
Well, you know, that doesn't help where you live.
Yeah.
You poor guy. You know,
Right.
to me, I'd be thinking the same thing.
Right. Oh, speaking of where I live and getting like, you know, getting the side eye from people. Right. So from what I know, Washington is an open carry state. Okay. So technically I could walk around, you know, with a freaking gat on my hip visible, right?
Yeah.
But on this side of the mountains, okay, on the western side of the mountains in the great state of Washington, people would be looking at me like I'm, you know, Satan incarnate walking down the street.
Oh yeah.
If I had a freaking pistol visible on my hip.
Oh
Right?
yeah.
So, you know, that's why if you live in Western Washington, you need to get a concealed carry permit. Okay, so you can walk around with the gun under your shirt instead of over it. So, you know, so you know, little Miss Sally Blue Hair won't lose her shit.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's all right though. I mean, it's like Jesus, because God forbid, you know, they don't want you to protect yourself anymore.
Right.
You've got to be doing something awful. So
Right. Which, you know, right now, you know, unfortunately, right now, I don't have the spare income to go buy myself a handgun.
Right.
I would have if I kept going to school, but like I said, the online school thing wasn't working out for me, and I'm not going to sit there and waste. I'm not going to sit there and waste my college money when I'm not going to be able to get good grades.
Right.
And so, you know, the living stipend I was getting is what I was using for income. Well, since I'm not going to school, I'm not getting paid.
Right.
So, you know, little Shelly here is going to have to go out and find a job, or else, you know, here pretty soon. But you know, I mean, as soon as I can, though, I'm gonna go get myself a nice little 9mm, and I'm gonna have, you know, I'm gonna have my concealed carry, and everywhere I go, you know, it's gonna be like Han Solo, you know, with my, you know, with my blaster on my hip.
That's right.
But at the moment, though, I up until here recently, it was being babysat at my oldest boy's house, you know, with, you know, him and his mom and stepdad. But I do have my 410 shotgun.
Well, there you go.
So and it's got a choke barrel on it. I don't know if you know what a choke barrel is.
Oh yeah.
But for those who are listening, and if you care, a gun with a choke barrel, basically the choke barrel on a shotgun keeps the pattern closer together. You know, it keeps the shot, you know, the beads, basically the BBs, inside of a shotgun shell. It keeps them together. You know, it keeps them in a tighter grouping for longer than just your regular barrel. which in turn equates to a bigger punch to when they reach the target. Okay, and the particular one that I have takes 3-inch shells, and me personally, I have never fired anything out of them other than max load. And max load, it basically it has like the maximum amount of gunpowder in it that you could possibly have.
Right.
So, which means more, more velocity, bigger boom, so so along with the choke barrel, and that that max load shell, don't come knocking on my door unless you're ready to get freaking hit.
Right, don't come fucking with shellback, damn it.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's basically, it's like the next best thing besides buckshot, which basically, for those who don't know, if you have a buckshot shotgun shell, it's basically a bullet inside of that shell. So it's like one big projectile, just like a bullet, and and it's meant to, as the name annotates, it's meant for killing a deer. So or something of similar size, like a bad guy breaking into your house.
Yep, because we want to stop the bad guys. Well, I'm going to thank you right now. The dogs are going absolutely ape shit, so I'm going to end this.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I've been going for about 5 hours now.
Right. Yeah. Well, I was rambling.
No,
Anyway.
you were fine, man. The dogs were going nuts, and I didn't want to interrupt. No, you're fine. But I want to thank you for jumping in, and it was great to be able to chit chat with you for a bit.
Yeah, man.
Thank you for coming and watching and hanging out with us, because that's what this was. It was just a hangout stream. Everybody come get some shit off their chest, say hey, say hi. But until the next one, everybody, catch you later.